Ladies and gentlemen, distinguished guests, thank you for inviting me to the Win Big Med conference. Although I can't join you in person, it is
Prova, 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 prova. Prova, 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 prova. È basso? Io ho un tono basso, devo dire. Eccomi qua, tutto, ok? Spengo? Niente.
Ladies and gentlemen, distinguished guests, thank you.
Prova, prova. 1, 2. Prova. Prova. 1, 2. Prova. Prova. 1, 2, 3. Prova. Che dici? Prova. 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 1, 2. Prova. 1, 2. Prova. Sa. 1, 2. Sa. Prova. Sa. 1, 2. Sa. Prova. Sa. 1, 2. Prova. Sa. 1, 2, prova. Sa. Prova. Prova. Sa. 1, 2. Prova.
Luna Rossa, Prada Pirelli win the Pooch Women's America's Cup.
Tra 20 minuti c'è il knockout.
Porta fortuna questo.
Luna Rossa, Prada Pirelli win the Pooch Women's America's Cup. Luna Rossa, Prada Pirelli win the Pooch Women's America's Cup.
Tra 20 minuti c'è il knockout.
Porta fortuna questo.
L'Uno Rossa Prada Pirelli win the Puig Women's America's Cup.
Tra 20 minuti c'è il knockout.
Porta fortuna questo.
L'Uno Rossa Prada Pirelli win the Puig Women's America's Cup.
Tra 20 minuti c'è il knockout.
Porta fortuna questo.
L'Uno Rossa Prada Pirelli win the Puig Women's America's Cup.
Tra 20 minuti c'è il knockout.
Porta fortuna questo.
L'Uno Rossa Prada Pirelli win the Puig Women's America's Cup.
Tra 20 minuti c'è il knockout.
Porta fortuna questo.
L'Uno Rossa Prada Pirelli win the Puig Women's America's Cup.
Tra 20 minuti c'è il knockout. Tra 20 minuti c'è il knockout.
Porta fortuna questo. Porta fortuna questo.
Vado? Prova. Sa. 1, 2, 3, prova. Sa. 1, 2, 3, prova. Sa.
sa, prova. Pronto? Vi preghiamo di prendere posto che tra poco inizia l'evento.
Funziona? Sì. Allora, penso che possiamo iniziare. I think we can begin. Yeah? Okay. So, benvenuti, welcome to the Win Big Med Conference, which today is being celebrated here in Rome, in this beautiful and iconic city hall, a symbolic place to celebrate women in the blue economy. So Win Big Med, it's the first out of 3 intermediate project events organized by at the Sea Basin level, both in presence and in live streaming. So I'd like to thank the organizers, the City of Rome, the European Union, of course, European Commission, and all the participants here today, which will be with us both in presence and through streaming. And in the coming days, for contributing to this very important event. I think it's essential that we take further steps for the promotion of women in the blue economy, and I'm very honored to be here today. So 2 proposals were selected, the Win Big and the Win Blue, 2 sisters projects, co-financed by the European Commission, and they're still underway to promote gender balance in the maritime professions. So I'd like to begin our day by introducing our very distinguished panel, and by asking to take a stand Mario Mattioli, who is the president of the Italian Maritime Cluster. Thank you, and welcome to all.
Good morning everyone, and welcome to this day that I wish to call it a special day. First of all, I thank the City of Rome, Mayor Gualtieri, who hosts us in this wonderful room. My gratitude is not only for the beauty of the place, but also and above all because it is important that right here in the capital's capital, the doors have been opened to an event that concerns the empowerment of women in the maritime sector. The presence of numerous representatives of national and EU institutions also honors us and fills us with pride. Our heartfelt thanks go to all of them. Win Big, as has been said, is a European project that is coordinated by Portugal, which aims to map gender status and professional treatments differences in sea basin and blue sectors, and to develop tailor-made capacity building tools to make the European blue industry more balanced and sustainable, focusing mainly on 3 emerging blue sectors: blue sport and sustainable tourism, blue bioeconomy, marine energy and robotics. Among the 14 European partners of the consortium managing the project, coming from 9 countries covering all 6 European sea basins, the Federazione del Mare is the owner of the organization of today's Win Big Mediterranean Conference to further promote the empowerment of women in the blue economy sector in the Mediterranean basin. So let's get ready for a rich program of keynote speech, roundtables and interactive dialogues by European and national public and private stakeholders. I will try to steal a little time from you for a brief presentation of the Federazione del Mare. I have the honor of leading this Federazione. It brings together various associations that all deal with the blue economy: shipbuilding, transport, fishing, pleasure boating, terminal operators, agents and freight forwarders, and also port services and insurance research bodies, maritime law and training. The Federation, in addition to being a broad cluster that covers all categories of the blue economy, is all open to the Italian institution, the Foreign Affairs Ministry, the Transportation and Infrastructure Ministry, the Ministry of Sea Policies, of course the Coast Guard, the Italian Navy, with which the dialogue is constant in the full awareness that only the synergy of all parties can lead to result for the common good. In addition, Federazione actively contributes to disseminating maritime culture and making even more widely known some sector of Made in Italy that are often little known, despite the fact that there are excellencies worldwide, starting with our shipbuilding for the construction of cruise ship, military ships, and even pleasure boats, activities that create enormous benefit for the territory, particularly in terms of employment. After all, the contribution of the maritime economy in Italy is remarkable. 230,000 companies employing almost 1 million people. Direct added value of 64 billion of euros, which, if we consider the value activated in the rest of the economy, reach nearly 180 billion of euros. That is equal to more than 10% of the Italian national GDP. Federazione is also very committed to expanding the dissemination of the country's maritime culture and every day strengthens the role of the Italian maritime cluster in the context of EU policies for the development of a sustainable blue economy, as well as in relation with the maritime cluster of the Mediterranean. First of all, with the cluster BIG, Blue Italian Growth, and then with the association WISTA, as well as with Mare Vivo. For some times now, we have all noticed that there is a lot of talk about the blue economy. Well, if we paraphrase a famous phrase from Italian literature, I wonder, blue economy, what is it? Why is everyone talking about it only now? The blue economy has always existed and has always been a determining factor for the growth of all national economies. We have to remember it. 90% of world trades use the sea route. The blue economy is strategic because it reconciles energy transition and competitiveness. The blue economy is not only everything that has to do with the economy of the sea, but aims to sustainably use water and ocean resources to generate economic growth, improve the quality of life of individuals while preserving the marine ecosystem. The blue economy is increasingly having a supply chain connotation because in addition to traditional sector, i.e. those linked to the traditional activities related to the sea, such as fishing, aquaculture, maritime transport, coastal tourism, and shipbuilding, it also includes activities that exploit the new opportunities offered by the sea, such as renewable marine energy, blue biotechnology, marine observation and surveillance, robotics and artificial intelligence applied to the sea, sustainable tourism, and marine cultural heritage. Not to mention the infrastructure, services and skills necessary to support the development of blue economy, such as ports, communication networks, and the movements of goods. Italy has a privileged geographic position. We are in the center of the Mediterranean. We have a sea area of about 500,000 square kilometers. That is 60% of its land area. We must learn to make the most of this advantage. Today, we finally have a Minister of the Sea Policies that has drawn up a plan that provides for the coordination with all the ministries that are in some way connected with the sea. These plans aim to preserve the sea as a good for life and then to make it more and more an economic attractor through the improvement of our ports. Well, gender inequality in the blue economy is still a significant problem. And if I may say, looking at this panel, it's even here. And women face barriers to entry, promotion, and equal pay. Federazione del Mare is firmly convinced that by promoting gender equality in the maritime sector, it will be possible to break gender barriers, create a more inclusive and diverse workforce, and drive sustainable growth. With this in mind, Federazione of the Sea is a partner of the Win Big Women in Blue Economy project. Intelligence gathering and capacity boostings that aims to map the current gender situation and the skills and capabilities gaps that still persist in the European blue economy. Within the Win Big project, Federazione is the leader of Work Package 3, Linking and Networking, aimed at defining a strategy for involving the sector stakeholder to promote the career opportunities and leadership roles for women in the blue economy, and particularly in the Mediterranean basin. To formulate recommendation for action in the blue economy sector, we set up the Inclusion and Gender Equality Committee that is chaired by the president of Assonave that is here with us, Biagio Mazzotta, which was later renamed the ESG Committee for further to further broaden its vision. I conclude by urging everyone to commit and defending diversity and breaking down barriers to gender equality in the workplace, not just today, but every single day. We should learn to decline the blue economy as the true model of sustainable economy, a model of economic development that offers great opportunities for Italy, a country that is strongly linked to the sea and its culture, where the role of women becomes fundamental and essential. Only in this way we can see, only in this way can the sea become a source of wealth, well-being, and sustainability. And finally, I wish to say that in order to be green, think blue. Thank you very much. And think a bit like a woman if you are a man. That is something very important. Thanks.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Mario Mattioli. So we have a video now, I hope that we're able to transmit, from the EU Commissioner for Fisheries and Oceans, Kostas Kadis. So I would like to introduce the video. Can you hear me anyway without the microphone? Okay, yeah, it's okay. I think there's enough carrier. So my question is, do we have the video available now, or should we? I can wait. Okay, just a few seconds. He was not able to be with us, but
Ladies and gentlemen, distinguished guests, thank you for inviting me to the Win Big Med Conference. Although I can't join you in person, it is an honor to address you and recognize the great work of the Win Big project, a project funded by the European Maritime Fisheries and Aquaculture Fund in addressing the role of women in the blue economy. Traditionally, the blue economy has been dominated by men in both established and emerging sectors. However, this perspective overlooks the significant contributions of women have made and continue to make. Women make up a significant portion of the workforce in coastal and maritime tourism and recreational activities, in maritime transport, cruising, as well as academic career and research on marine biology and environment. Consider also the thousands of women involved in harvesting of seafood along our shorelines, processing, marketing, and sales in fisheries and aquaculture. Achieving gender equality in the sustainable blue economy requires recognizing women's participation across sectors and promoting them to decision-making roles. The Treaty on the Functioning of the European Union, in Article 8, clearly states that in all its activities, the Union shall aim to eliminate inequalities and to promote equality between men and women. This underscores our commitment. To improve the role and visibility of women in maritime policies, we are enhancing the collection of social data, including data on the role of women in unpaid work. The Win Big project, managed by the European Climate, Infrastructure and Environment Executive Agency, has already collected information on gender representation. It addresses the societal, power and institutional inequalities women face in joining the maritime sectors and in career advancement. We must ensure that women have equal opportunities to participate and advance in maritime businesses across the European Union. To put it bluntly, the current statistics are not promising. Only 3.7% of those working in EU fisheries are women, In aquaculture, the proportion of women is higher, but still well below 25%. This is something that the Commission is dedicated to changing. We aim for increased participation and representation of women across maritime sectors, contributing to the gender equal society. We are also working to elevate women's profiles in formal governance structures, for example, through the EU Fisheries Local Action Groups. The European Commission is currently preparing the European Ocean Pact. This initiative seeks to ensure coherence across all ocean-related policy areas, addressing both emerging issues and existing inconsistencies. The Ocean Pact will not lose sight of small businesses, small-scale fishers, and vulnerable coastal communities, but also the need for equality between men and women. Ladies and gentlemen, gender equality is one of our core values, enshrined in our legal and political framework. It must be ensured in our ocean economy as well. I wish you great success and a very productive exchange. Thank you for your attention.
So we thank you, Commissioner, and now it's with great pleasure that I give the floor to the Italian Navy and to Admiral Stefano Barbieri.
Authorities, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, good morning. I'm Vice Admiral Stefano Barbieri, Assistant of the Chief of the Italian Navy Staff. It's for me a great honor to be here today representing the Chief of the Navy, Admiral Enrico Credendino, in such a prestigious and strategically important meeting for the future of the blue economy. I thank the Federazione del Mare for the invitation and for the opportunity to address topics of extreme interest for the Italian Navy, which touch upon crucial sectors of the blue economy. 2024 has also passed in a complex geopolitical and strategic context characterized by competition, instability, and uncertainty. This scenario has required and continues to require a constant commitment from the defense and in particular from the Italian Navy to ensure adequate presence and action in strategically sensitive areas for the protection of national interests. Italy is a maritime nation par excellence, with over 8,000 kilometers of coastline and an economy strongly linked to the sea. We depend significantly on critical underwater infrastructures, which are now more exposed than ever to risk and vulnerabilities. With this awareness, we daily face the demanding commitment of guaranteeing the defense and security of our country, protecting the national maritime cluster, of which we are catalyst, and ensuring the free use of maritime communication routes and straits. But our commitment is not limited to the sphere of defense alone. The Italian Navy also operates with constant dedication in support of the blue economy, maritime space planning, and development of aquaculture, strategic sectors for the sustainable growth of our country. In particular, the underwater dimension has become a fundamental pillar of our activities. The recently established National Underwater Hub, Polo Nazionale della Subacquea, aimed at protecting underwater infrastructure and developing innovative capabilities in the sector, is a tangible example of this commitment. The protection of the seabed and submarine networks is a priority for national security and for the resilience of our economic system. Another central aspect of this event is the role of women in the blue economy. Since 2000, the Italian Navy, as well as the entire defense, has been proud to have highly qualified female personnel in its ranks. who today hold significant positions in all sectors of the Navy. Panel 3, dedicated to inclusion, career opportunities, and the professional development of women, is perfectly in line with our vision. We believe, in fact, that the presence of women is a determining factor for the success of the Italian Navy, just as it is for the entire maritime sector. Furthermore, Panel 4 focuses on the role of women in science, research, and innovation in the emerging sectors of the blue economy, gives food for thought over the Italian Navy's alignment with initiatives promoting and developing cooperation in these areas. Our women, with their talent and professionalism, actively contribute to research and innovation activities, both in the operational and scientific fields, supporting the country in a continuous process of growth and modernization. Finally, our humanitarian commitment is in our DNA. Every sailor trained to intervene with speed and professionalism never leaves behind anyone in difficulty, guaranteeing constant readiness in rescues and assistance. Events like this represent an important opportunity for discussion and growth. Only through dialogue and collaboration between institutions, industry, and research can we successfully face the challenges of the future. The Italian Navy will continue to be an active and present partner in this common mission for an increasingly sustainable, equitable, and secure blue economy. Thank you for your attention, and I wish you all a successful and productive meeting. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Admiral Barbieri. Now I'd like to give the floor to the Italian Coast Guard to Commandant Vice Admiral Nicola Carlo. Thank you.
Good morning. I introduce myself. As mentioned, I'm the Commandant of the Italian Coast Guard. And thanks to Federazione del Mare, its chairman, and Mrs. Laurence Martin, which invited me to stay here. And special welcome to the chairman, the president of the European Shipowner Association. Ladies and gentlemen, distinguished guests, colleagues and friends, it's an honor for me to join you today in such a meaningful setting, an event that not only celebrates the potential of the blue economy, but also shines a well-deserved spotlight on the essential role of women in the maritime sector. As Commandant of the Italian Coast Guard, I represent an institution with a deep-rooted history of service to the sea and the community. Yet, we know that no tradition is complete without evolution, and over the past 25 years, the inclusion of women in our military ranks has been one of the most transformative developments. Today, about 1,350 women serve proudly in the ranks of the Italian Coast Guard, representing more than the 12% of the corps personnel. We are the military corps with the highest percentage of female personnel. From commanding local maritime offices to serving aboard ships and aircraft, they are present in leadership, in operations, in innovation. Their professional contribution is no longer a possibility, it's a reality, a growing and inspiring one. We are proud to say that gender does not define a role in our corps. Competence, dedication, and commitment do. Women are not just part of the team, they lead missions, enforce safety, protect the marine environment, and engage directly with our citizens and communities. But our commitment does not stop at national borders. To mark the 160th anniversary of our corps, the Italian Coast Guard proudly assumed the presidency of 3 high-profile events in the field of the Coast Guard functions: the European one, the Mediterranean one, and the Coast Guard Global Summit. Within the framework of the European platform, we are promoting inclusive initiatives under our leadership. In particular, an entire panel of one of the upcoming workshops planned for the European Forum, organized in cooperation with the European Maritime Safety Agency, will be dedicated to the so-called Project Olivia, an initiative launched by our Belgian colleagues to support women in the maritime domain. We are proud to encourage and amplify this project on an European scale. This aligns perfectly with the spirit of Win Big, empowering women, sharing best practice, and building a blue economy that is truly for all. The path ahead still holds challenges, but also great opportunity. It's our responsibility to keep working for equal access, visibility, and voice in every layer of maritime governance and practice. We believe inclusion is not a slogan, but a responsibility, and we stand ready nationally and internationally to do our part. Thank you for your dedication, your ideas, and your leadership. Let us keep sailing forward together. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you to Vice Admiral Nicola Carlone. I'd like to give the floor to the head of the Department for Sea Policies, Vice Admiral Pierpaolo Ribuffo. Thank you very much.
Thank you. I have the privilege to convey the regards of the Minister for Maritime Policies, Senator Musumeci, and I wish also to thank the organizer for this outstanding opportunity. As we know, Italy is now enhancing its own approach to the sea with a renewed self-awareness of the fact that it's a maritime nation. And of course, this is a great challenge for us. And yes, this panel, as you said, doesn't express the gender equality properly. But the whole idea comes from the mind of an extraordinary and visionary woman, our Prime Minister. So for the first time, we now have a Minister for Maritime Policies. An inter-ministerial committee has been formed to address the related subjects. And we do have, thanks to this committee, our first plan of the sea. Such a strategic document is divided into 16 different sections, encompassing the whole spectrum of maritime issues in order to address every subject with a unitary vision. Now, as we proceed, we know that there are many challenges through our route, and in order to succeed, we need every skill, every innovative mind. So, in my view, gender equality is not only a just idea, is instrumental to success. If we do not enjoy the contribution of every woman, every man, every mind, we will never be able to succeed in this. And because basically I think we need an innovative vision. We need to look at things differently. As an example, I think that we have always looked at competitiveness in contradiction with sustainability. And I think this is something we should overcome, because I think everybody in this hall can recognize that these two elements are non-negotiable for our future. So I think that we should try to do everything that we can to pursue the former, while encompassing the latter by design in all the initiatives we take. And I'm quite optimistic that gender equality will be pursued by the need for success. And I wish to you, President Mattioli, and to all the people who will be intervening, fair winds in the working of this conference. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you to Pierpaolo Ribuffo. And now, last but obviously not least, I am very happy to have with us the Vice Director of European Parliament's Office in Rome, Fabrizio Spada.
Many thanks. Ladies and gentlemen, it's a great pleasure to be here for me and for my institution, the European Parliament, to discuss an initiative of vital importance for the future of the blue economy in Europe, the WinBin, Women in the Blue Economy, Generating Impact project. This initiative aligns perfectly with the European Union strategy to promote a sustainable, innovative and inclusive economy with a specific focus on the essential role of the woman in this sector. The blue economy is a strategic resource for Europe. This sector holds enormous potential for growth and employment, yet women remain underrepresented. The statistics are clear. Women make up less than 30% of the workforce in maritime and coastal industries, and an even smaller percentage hold leadership and technical role. This is where the WinBig project plays a crucial role. Its main objective to create an environment where women can not only access to the profession, but to thrive to lead change. This means training and skill development, strengthening family leadership, inclusive policies and gender equality, support networks and collaboration. Investing in family talent in the blue economy is not just a matter of fairness, it's a strategic choice for Europe's competitiveness. Numerous studies show that diversity fosters innovation and boosts productivity. The European Parliament will continue to support initiatives like WinBig, promoting legislation and founding the enhanced women inclusion in key sector of the green and digital transition. But change cannot happen solely at the institutional level. We need commitment from all stakeholders, from industry leaders to civil society, to ensure the project has a real and lasting impact. Women have always played a crucial role in Europe's history. Today, we have the opportunity and the duty to recognize their role in the blue economy as well. Many thanks for your attention.
Thank you. Thank you so much. So thank you to our distinguished panelists, all our guests, and our hosts, of course. And now I think we move to the panel section of our day. So thank you very much. It was really an honor to have you here today with us. So welcome once again. We're back with our first panel. I'm very excited to actually get into the thick of things and find out what we've discovered, what is happening, and look to the future. For our first panel, I'm very happy to welcome Laurence Martin. She's Secretary General for the Italian Maritime Cluster. And Elena Vieira, she's coordinator of the Win Big project, University of Aveiro, so she will be telling us much more in detail about the project. And remotely, we should be connected with Felix Lineman. He's head of Unit Blue Economy, Aquaculture and Maritime Spatial Planning at the European Commission. And we have to thank the European Commission that we're here today, so very happy. There he is. Hello, hello, very happy to have you with us today.
Hello, good morning, buongiorno.
Good morning. Okay, perfect. So I will begin with you. Therefore, I'll start with Felix Lineman and to once again stress that we're here today, as I was saying, because of the European Commission and the unit which is responsible for promoting gender balance in the maritime professions. Lineman has been head of the unit for 8 years now. He and his team have worked on promoting a sustainable and blue economy for the benefit of everyone, of mankind, and for the oceans, of course. He's worked for the European Commission since 2003, and from 2012 to 2014 worked as transport counselor for the EU delegation in Washington, D.C. as well, so a very important and distinguished career. So I'd like to start by asking if you can give us an overview of the work the EU is doing on this important field, and then comment also on the new European Ocean Pact. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much and good morning. And I'm very sorry to be the only one who is online. Very sorry not to be in Rome with you. I would have loved to come, but unfortunately it was not possible. Let me start by giving a bit of an overview of the equality strategy of the European Commission, and then I will go to more in detail in the blue economy. Equality between women and men is a fundamental right and a founding value that is enshrined in EU law since the 1957 Treaty of Rome. Commissioner Cadiz already referred to that, and that treaty was actually signed right next door to where you are having your conference, in the Palazzo dei Conservatori on Capitol Hill, almost 70 years ago. And the European Union is proud to defend this core value and to have achieved numerous milestones on women's rights and gender equality. The EU is home to some of the most gender equal societies in the world, setting a global benchmark for equality and inclusion. And over the decades of the European project, the pursuit of gender equality has become a cornerstone of the EU's social and economic policies, targeting, inter alia, gender inequalities in the labor market, in social security, in access to goods and services, and in pay. At the same time, the EU has promoted better work-life balance, women's equal representation in corporate decision-making, entrepreneurship and research, and combated violence against women. The EU has also taken important steps towards strengthening the care economy by supporting children's access to quality early childhood education and care, and by improving access to affordable and high-quality long-term care. This should help promote women's participation in the labor market. As has already been underlined by many of the speakers before me, gender equality and women's rights ensure and contribute towards social justice, strong democracies, robust competitive economies, and security for all. It's about the potential of the whole population and for the benefit of the whole society. And unfortunately, we see worrying trends against women's rights across the world, questioning existing gender equality legislation and political discourse that is too often falls into sexism and gender stereotypes. And we also have a regular report on gender equality in the EU, and the findings of the 2024 report on gender equality are quite clear. Despite the many achievements that have been made in promoting gender equality and the gradual strengthening of the EU's related policy framework, significant challenges remain in the domains of violence, health, time, money, work, education and knowledge, power, institutional mechanisms. The list is very long, and this is evidenced by the Gender Equality Index that we have in the EU. And this report also stated that in the absence of reinforced action, it would take another 60 years to achieve full gender equality in the EU. I know the remark has already been made, but for this conference alone, with me being the 7th male speaker in a row and excluding our excellent moderator, it just took 1 hour and 15 minutes until the first woman will speak about women in the blue economy. But at the same time, equality will not happen without men contributing actively to it. So this is also important. Now, going fast forward from 1957 and from the report, let me look at the gender equality strategy for 2020 to 25 that the Commission adopted in March 2020, with the vision of building a union of equality where all women and girls, men and boys can thrive, lead and be free from violence. And that strategy aimed to advance gender equality across all EU policies and funding programs. And so it was also specifically highlighted to empower women in the blue economy through projects that are financed under the European Maritime, Fisheries and Aquaculture Fund. And in 2022, the European Commission launched a call for proposals, was already mentioned a couple of times. The objective was to help increase the participation of women in different sectors of the blue economy, such as fisheries, aquaculture, shipbuilding, maritime transport, offshore renewable energy, blue bioeconomy, etc., across all European sea basins. We had 20 submissions at the time, but only 2 could be selected. And again, congratulations to Win Big and its sister project Win Blue for having made it through a very competitive selection. We launched these 2 projects in May 2023 at the European Maritime Day in Brest. And one of the main outputs of the projects is to gather more data on gender equality in the blue economy. The projects also help sustainable blue economy sectors to embrace deep structural change, to facilitate the inclusion of women and provide them with the necessary tools and visibility to get involved. Because while such data are available and accessible at national or European level, this is mostly the case for more traditional blue economy sectors like shipping, fisheries and aquaculture. But for other sectors of the blue economy, especially emerging ones, data on gender distribution and capacity building needs and gaps is still very limited. We have some country-level reports for gender in the emerging blue economy, for example in Portugal or in France, but these are not completely covering all sectors. And at sea basin level, at the regional scale, little is known about gender issues and capacity needs. And this is exactly for these 2 issues, intelligence gathering and capacity boosting, that Win Big has been designed. You gathered an impressive 14-member consortium from 9 different countries, and you address the lack or uneven knowledge on the role that women can play across blue economy sectors and across 6 different EU sea basin regions. So 2 years into the project, it's good to I think some impressive work has already been done, which will be showcased during this conference. We've been going through extensive data mining and surveying in all sea basins, complemented with previously learned best practices from traditional sectors and available country-specific reports. And we look forward to seeing an aggregated estimate at EU and at sea basin level on the gender balance and capacity gaps. We've already heard Win Big will also leverage specific and female and basin-adapted capacity building on 3 emerging sectors: blue bioeconomy, blue sports and sustainable tourism, and marine renewable energies and robotic, with fitted learning labs and acceleration projects, a mentors network, and cross-sea basin networking. You will also disseminate blue female role models. So that will really be interesting to see, and using innovative media formats, making blue careers techier and more attractive for young girls and women professionals. If I look at the other work that you have done, and I'm looking forward to really hear more on the results of that, but you have looked at over 2,000 or identified over 2,000 relevant publications since 2010 for having a systematic review. I understand that it was submitted to the Marine Policy Journal in October 2024, and we can expect a publication sometime soon, so looking forward to that as well. You've also revealed that there are common categories for gender discrimination in the blue economy. I would like to hear more details about this. Let me mention that on International Women's Day 2023, the European Commission launched a campaign to challenge gender stereotypes that tackled gender stereotypes affecting both men and women in different spheres of life, including career choices, sharing care responsibilities, and decision-making. You have also collected input far and wide with the Win Big survey, launched on the 8th of March 2024. It's a 10-minute survey that can still be answered. It's still open, I understand. So I don't know if you have already made more than 1,000 replies. The latest information I had, you had nearly 1,000, but as it is still open, I encourage everyone to participate. It just takes 10 minutes. And I would encourage men to participate, because 72% of the respondents so far are women. Then, of course, I mentioned networking. That's an essential tool, and you launched the Win Big Women in Blue Economy Forum on the Blue Biomatch platform as a tool for women to find opportunities and to network amongst each other. And then there are these Win Big Women Champions. I think you've identified 85 so far, with a predominance in the Atlantic, North, and Mediterranean sea basins. I hope that other sea basins will join as well. And the idea is to select up to 100 to be part of an inspirational Women in Blue book. And apart from that book, there will also be mentors and a documentary on women in the blue economy. So I look forward to that as well. Alessandra, you asked me to say something as well about the European Ocean Pact. So we also have something to look forward to on our side. As probably everybody knows, a European Ocean Pact was announced by President von der Leyen in her political guidelines for her new mandate, right after she was confirmed by the European Parliament last summer. And the European Ocean Pact should be a new, bold commitment to the ocean that places coherence, integration, and collaboration at the heart of our governance. It should reaffirm the strategic importance of the ocean to Europe's competitiveness, resilience, and security. It will ensure that we manage our seas sustainably, responsibly, and in the interest of future generations. Now, we are still in the preparatory phase of the pact, and the Commission has been receiving countless contributions from many stakeholders over the past few months. But what has emerged from those discussions is that we need to strengthen the EU's maritime industrial base and look at EU ports, for example. We need to promote decarbonized, innovative, and competitive blue economy sectors and find new sources of financing. This is why the Ocean Pact aims to ensure coherence across all policy areas that are linked to the ocean. We are still too much sector-based in the sector approach. So it's also very good to see the development in Italy with, if I may say, Ocean Council, or a Maritime Council of Ministers, and a maritime strategy. And the back to the Ocean Pact, it will focus on a competitive, sustainable blue economy, ocean health and productivity, marine research, knowledge, innovation, skills and literacy, but also on international ocean governance, on maritime security, and it will have a special focus on the resilience and opportunities for coastal communities and islands. And it is in those communities, in the workforce, in the skills, that we need to have a very clear look also at the equality between men and women, and this will not be lost out of sight from the Ocean Pact. Commissioner Cadiz already said it in his introductory video message. We will certainly take inspiration from projects like Win Big, and I look forward to learning more and to see more women role models in the blue economy. Thanks a lot for listening to me.
Thank you. Thank you to Felix Lyman, and thank you to the European Commission for everything, for all this that's being done for women and for the blue economy. And so, without further ado, I would like to now introduce Elena Vieira. She is coordinator of the Win Big project for the University of Aveiro, and she's passionate about innovation. She's a specialist in life sciences and a lover of our oceans and blue life. She began her career as an expert on the interface between science and academia, business and policy, and how to unite these things, form paths, and achieve goals. So, among others, she's founded 3 startups, so congratulations, a successful woman as an example to younger women that may be here today, including BioAlvo, which is a top-class biotech company, so really congratulations. And her skills have put her on several major international and national decision and strategy-making boards, including Director General in Maritime Policy for the 22nd Portuguese government. So we have a woman, a decision-maker, and someone who today will be telling us a bit more about the project. So thank you for being with us, and we are all eager to know more. Yeah, go there. If you need to.
So it's an honor to be here. Thank you, first of all, Federazione del Mare and Italy for welcoming us in this amazing scenario and building, for preparing everything and receiving us so well. So there's a big heavy weight on my shoulders to present the project to you and to those listening to us online as we are streaming live. So can I use this to change the slides? Okay, good. So the project, Women in Blue Economy, Intelligence Gathering and Capacity Building, WINBIG for short, was launched in May 2023. So we are nearly 2 years old project, together with our sister project, WinBlue, coordinated by Patrizia Grifoni. Also, she's here from Italy, and it's been an honor really to see this project develop. So we will present some overview now on the project. No. Mi sembra on. Okay, maybe now. Yes. Okay. So, no. I think so. I don't have my glasses. È andato? Grazie. Allora, the project is coordinated by Portugal, by University of Aveiro, but really the project is about the 14 partners that it's made of. We are from 9 different countries, and we have 2 major tasks. One was to contribute to mapping gender status in blue economy across all European sea basins and beyond the traditional sectors, where we do have some data, as you've seen from the speeches before, and also to then use that collected information to design and deliver some capacity building tools dedicated to women and to the gaps that were identified. So the focus of the project was really to try to get as much data as possible in 3 more emergent sectors: the blue bioeconomy, biotech, the blue sports and the sustainable side of tourism, and the robotics and marine renewable energies. The whole consortium covers the 6 EU sea basins, and we have a growing network of extended stakeholders. So these stakeholders are organizations that are somehow linked to the blue economy and to promoting gender equality beyond Europe or in other regions of Europe, that really want to be engaged in the project and contribute to the project. And we have, I will show you a bit, a very interesting network. So beyond the 2 objectives, gender mapping and capacity building, we also have 3 other great objectives, which are to train women for entrepreneurial skills, which are very useful not only to launch startups, but also to advance their careers within, male-dominated organizations. Also, to do knowledge sharing between sea basins. So this first event here in the Mediterranean is going to serve as a model. The template of this event is a model of an event format that can be adopted in other sea basins. So we will have in October the Baltic event, and in March next year the Atlantic event, because money is limited and we cannot do all the sea basins. But the idea is that any other sea basin or sea region can really adopt this model of the 3 days and the program dedicated to the women in blue economy in their areas. And another very relevant and I think very successful objective of the project is awareness raising. And to this we have 3 main outputs. One you are seeing here to the right of the room, which is a pop-up exhibition where we select 10 to 15 champion women from the sea basin, and we showcase their photos with their stories and their positions. So they are leaders in their areas, they are from this sea basin, and these women will be traveling throughout the events that we will do, and in the end we will collect all of these stories in a book. Another, Another point there is that, so the exhibition, the book, and a documentary that we are also starting to organize now. So what have we been doing so far in the past year? So one of the first things we did was to launch the brand of WinBig, which I believe has been very successful in terms of image and communication message. We launched the website and all the social media connected to the project. And this has really been a major tool to disseminate everything that we do and to also make it very clear when we are talking about WinBig. We also have this great t-shirt that all the team has, is wearing. Yes, this is a project, as I mentioned, 14 people, majority women, but not only women. We do have proud men in our partners from Ireland and from Hungary, if I'm not mistaken, where we have the male partners, and they are proudly partners of the project and helping us develop this. So this was our first annual meeting in Aveiro. And also very important is we know that we need to have strong voices beyond the project partners. So from the start we have been able to secure a really good advisory board group that encompasses really, again, champion women in different countries and in different regions, France, in the Arctic, in Bulgaria, so to cover the Black Sea. And these are really key people to help us spread the work that we are doing. And as I mentioned, we do have, and this extended stakeholder network is going to be very relevant for the last stage of the project. So these are organizations which are not directly partners of the project, but that are really eager to be engaged with the project. So they can really, using the link, you go to the website and you have a form to register as a stakeholder. And if you are part of this group, then we will organize an event for all the stakeholders where we will share the results with you. You will be firsthand receiving all the data that we are producing. And also, who knows, we have partners in Canada, in Africa, in the Indic Ocean, in other areas, and these are really important people to actually replicate the project outputs. We have had a lot of media attention from the start. I think DG Mare, Cinea, and the European Commission also had a major role here in promoting the projects. I do feel we are kind of loved projects within the Commission, and this has also helped us to be promoted and engaged both nationally and at European level. And we have been present in, big events like the Economist events or the UNOX or many other, the European Maritime Days, of course, and this has helped us reach to a large number of stakeholders. Yeah, this is just more of the same. So, first big objective, to gather EU blue economy gender data. And we've done this using two approaches. The first approach was to collect literature data, so already published data, from 2010 until today, and review all that was already reported for the blue economy related to gender. And this has resulted in a policy brief, which is available in our website if you wish to download, which is a summary of a scientific publication that we submitted to the Marine Policy Journal, which has the detail of what we've done. And in this review, what it was clear to us were two things. One, there's no numbers, almost, into this data. So there's a lot of general knowledge on, this is gender unbalanced, there's more men than women, traditional sectors have been male-dominated, but there's no numbers really to put there. We do have some studies that have been done, as it was mentioned before, but they are national studies. They don't have a continuity in time, so they are not every year repeated, and they are for the more traditional sectors. So fisheries, aquaculture, and the maritime transport sector has had an amazing work being done mostly via IMO and WISTA and organizations like Federazione del Mare, but all the remaining sectors across the blue economy, we don't have data and we don't know how it is. And so to accomplish that, what we've done with our partners in Ireland, so Marine Institute and the University of Galway, under the leadership of Jenny O'Leary and Stefan Hines, we have created a survey, a WinBig survey, launched it into 7 languages, Italian included, and a tool to collect the information that the European Commission so much wants, and so do we. To date, we have around 100 answers and almost 500 in the Mediterranean Sea Basin, but I must say that those 500, the majority is from Portugal, which is only politically in the Mediterranean, but not geographically. So this means that we do need more answers from Italy. So I do urge you to scan that QR code, and while I'm speaking, have fun and answer the survey, because we want answers from both male and women in any position across any organization. And so, just to reinforce, please scan the QR code. I'm going to leave it there for a bit longer, because Laurence asked me to take my time, so I'm taking my time here. It's really important that we get answers from, you can be a student, you can be a middle-level employee, a top manager, or top level, and I do urge you to please, there's going to be more times this QR code, don't worry, it's going to come a bit more often.
The men, please scan the QR code. We need men.
Yes.
Thank you. The admirals are scanning, so thank you, the admirals.
But, and with the authorization of my colleagues from Ireland, I'm going to just sneak peek a bit into the Mediterranean data, but the full data will be presented in May in the European Maritime Days 2025 on a dedicated workshop that we have together with our sister project. We will present the data for the first time there, all collected data. But this is the data we have so far for the Mediterranean. So as I mentioned, we have 493 answers, and the majority are from women. which is not the desired. It should be 50-50, but the majority are from women. And you can see there that the majority of the answers are from Portugal as well. You see the countries over there. Yes? Italy is okay, but we could have more. It's a big sector here in Italy, so we should have more answers here. No pressure. Also, I don't see very well. I need to move here a bit. Also for the sectors that answered, and this is very interesting. So here I grouped a bit the sectors to make it more, visible there. We have a high percentage of replies from academia or R&D or scientist background people. We also have a lot from marine services, and these include, digital, blue economy, but it also includes consulting services and other types of services. We then have a nice number for blue sports and tourism, which is one area that we wanted to tackle. And then I think the next biggest group is aquaculture, fisheries, and seafood sector. So we do have some for blue bioeconomy that includes the biotech industry, but the robotics and the renewable energies is really, really small. So it's hard to get these numbers as well from these sectors. Oops. Back. Don't ruin my surprise. Thank you. Here, what we do have is the breakdown of by gender of the type of organization. So you can see if it's industry, if it's a public organization, an SME, or another type of organization, a defense, and you can see where do we have more male or less answering the survey. Can somebody help me, because I cannot read the one that it's all blue? Media and communication. Okay, it's only women answering that one from those organizations here in the Mediterranean. And now the big question. Do you think that the culture in your organization is inclusive or friendly to all? And I must say that the results are good. Okay, we can look at the half full glass or the half empty glass. So we have about 70% of the respondents that think that it's a fair and inclusive organization. And this comes as a good improvement, so things are getting better, but we still have around 30% of people that says either no, I don't agree, or I prefer not to answer, right? And so we still need to tackle this 30%. And more interestingly, it's the next slide, which is if you divide the answers by gender, okay, what you see is that male tend to be more positive than female respondents. And this is expected, I would say. So the male respondents don't see so many issues as the female respondents do. Okay? Any questions? No? No? Okay. So I think points to take from here, we have, these results might be biased because we have a lot of female answers and we should have a more balanced answer. I also have data that I didn't put here. For example, we know that if the respondents that we are somehow collecting are very well qualified, so masters and PhDs and very high level respondents, and this might bias also the results. And also very interesting, I don't think I've put the data here, is that where we see the less happy people is in the middle management level. So at the top level, people are happy and feel that they have the same opportunities and same outputs, but in the middle management, this is not what we are seeing here in the Mediterranean. Okay? All these data it still needs validation and to be treated all together, but this is just a sneak peek of what we are gathering here in the Mediterranean. But the second key message is we need more answers. It's 12 minutes, okay? We know it's a bit long, but it's 12 minutes. We've made the calculations various times. Oh, I do have another one, okay. And this is by organizations again. So the answer, depending on the type of organization, if you are happy or if you are not happy on the type of entity that you have there. And I wish from the University of Galway for preparing these graphs for us. So thank you, Asmik, very useful. Here. Yes. Oops. Okay. And the question that, again, half full or half empty cup, is that have you ever experienced gender discrimination? And unfortunately, we still have about 20% that yes. It's a lower number compared to what has been reported in the literature for traditional sectors, for example, but still it's a relevant number. 20% is 20 women in 100. It's still quite a large percentage. And again, very interesting, if you compare the answers of females and males, what you see is that it's 10 times more for females than for males. Okay? So this is still existing. It's also very interesting that we still have people that prefer not to speak, although this is anonymous. This is an anonymous survey, and people don't feel comfortable still in that format to speak about it. It would be interesting then, when we have all the data, to compare this among sea basins. Is it different in the Mediterranean than it's in the Atlantic, in the Baltic, or in the Black Sea? Will it be different or not? But so far, this is what I can show you without ruining Stefan's premiere in the European Maritime Day. Okay, remember I said I would put the QR code again. So please help us and fill in the survey if you can, now or later. It is in Italian version there. You just click the link for the Italian version. Another, can you click the play? Yeah, another really good initiative that we made was the Women Champion campaign. And this was a campaign that was launched in early January, where we are instigating any woman to come forward and tell us their stories so that she might be selected to be one of the 100 in the book. And that's how we gathered some examples to showcase here. That's also how we will select them to do some short interviews or to be featured in the documentary and in the book that we are preparing. And this has been we launched this on the social media. Women can submit their stories, they tell us where they are at the moment, big challenges, they provide us a quote that they really like or that inspires them, and this will be part of a book that we want to use to inspire people and younger women. And that's the QR code. If there are any women in this room that really consider themselves to be inspiring, or if you don't know, just tell us your story and let us see if we can select you or not. Okay? Next slide. Yes. So this is just a form. It's a quick form that with a few questions that you can answer. It's sort of a telegraphic type of story. And we already have collected how many, Mariana? Quite a few. Yeah, we are halfway there, so we still have 1 year to go. We are good. We have about 50. Next, please. And this is the type of showcasing that we will do. So you already have it here in the room, the exhibition photos and the books the book will collect all the stories of these 100 women and will be distributed throughout the sea basins in any event that wants to inspire younger women. So can you click? Yeah, these are the 10 women that we have here in this room that we selected. All of these are from the Mediterranean countries, and they have amazing stories to share. Some of them are also mentors to other women. Some are going to be here also in person. Next. And in the European Maritime Days, we will start the shooting of these women to be part of a documentary called Women from the Sea that is being prepared by Helpo Images and Raquel Martins. She's the director. And this is a documentary that is being prepared to be streamed in high-level platforms like Netflix or HBO. So the idea is that we inspire others to really follow this example. So this documentary started with Portuguese women. There's a few episodes already from Portugal, and now they are expanding to Europe, and they've also been accredited and sponsored by UNESCO to go abroad and international. So it's really an honor to have Win Big and Win Blue women in this potential episode. Next. So the other part, so this is data and stories collecting and mapping. We then have going to be launching tomorrow women-tailored learning labs. So this is a training, a full day of training with dedicated modules that are designed for these women. We have 50 registrations because that's the maximum that we could accommodate. We have a bit more for tomorrow. And these learning labs models, we will also film them to be able to then build MOOCs, so massive online courses that will be freely available to any woman that wants to do them anywhere. So this is a material that we will do. And we will try something on Friday, which is a woman retreat with 20 invited local women from the Mediterranean Sea Basin, where we want to develop a closer and safer environment for them to come forward, tell us their stories, also get inspired with other women. So this is just a women-dedicated event. And again, this whole conference model has been set up and thoroughly taught by the Italians, and for example, leading this work package are Federazione del Mar and the Cluster Marittimo d'Andalusia, and they have developed this whole package that can be transferable to other regions, and this is available also as a deliverable from the project on the Win Big website. So any organization can uptake this and adapt it to their events. So I'm thinking of some colleagues here from other regions. You might want to do this as well. Next, please. Yes. Another initiative that we are just launching, we have created Mentors for the Future Leaders network. We have around, I think it's 750 mentors distributed by those sea basins. We are launching the Mediterranean network now. We do training and onboarding training to be part of this, and I'm very proud to say that we have 50-50 mentors, men and women. So this is quite good because we do want to have men engaged. This is not a women thing. This is not a woman program. This is a gender balance project that needs everybody to be engaged, and as Pier Paolo mentioned before, we need every mind to make it work. So if you want to be part of this network where you get a certified mentor, please contact us. I think I have the QR codes. for the websites, please contact us because we would love to have you on board, and we will do tailored mentoring. So we will match the mentor to the women that needs that type of mentorship, so you can really have an impact and follow somebody's path forward. And I think that is it, what I can share with you now. I hope that you enjoy the remaining of the conference, and once again I wish to thank the hosts and Laurence and Lydia for all the work to have us here today. So thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you very much. That was fantastic, super interesting, and really educational. So thank you very much to Elena Vieira. So now I'd like to introduce, I think she doesn't need introduction, but in any case, Laurence Martin. She's a Secretary General of the Italian Maritime Cluster for the past 35 years and head of the International Affairs of the Italian Ship Owners Association. I'm very honored to be here with Laurence. I've known her for many, many years as well, and I'd also like to thank her this morning. You know, all throughout the day you've been seeing her running around. She's helped to actually make this event possible. So thank you, Laurence. I'm eager to get your views, you know, and the Italian Maritime Cluster. Can you tell us a bit about what's happening from your end? Thank you.
Like to thank some people. I think that it's not myself, it's a collective exercise. I want to put names also behind because the names are there. It's the Secretariat of course, of the Federazione del Mare, and the names are Noli Mazza and Marina Noscini. There is also here Lidia Rossi, Valentina, and also all the partners of the WIMBIG project, because as I put it very clearly in all the invitations that were co-signed by our chairman, Mario Matteoli, this is a conference of the project WIMBIG. So it's not the conference of the Federazione del Mare or the Italian Maritime Cluster on gender balance. So it has been a really collective exercise over the past 2 months, maybe more, but it has been very, I would say, interesting because, as you know, it has been said by our chairman, we are a traditional, let's say, industrial cluster. We are used to deal, and I do thank all those distinguished, let's say, panelists that were addressing the welcome of this conference. These are, of course, let's say, men, because we are, it has been said also by our Commissioner Kostas Kadis, the maritime, let's say, industry is a male-dominated for centuries, but it's important that you are here. We did it on purpose. We let you opening, because as I was kidding when we were, let's say, taking the photo, behind every woman there is a great woman, there is a man. And we are also here because we need, well, it's about, we are here because we are not talking about, as you said rightly, Elena, about promoting women. We are not the panda, let's say, reserved to be promoted. It's all about men and women. We are to promote skills, competences. That is very important. The message I would like to pass is that it's true that it has been said, when there is a will, there is a way, we say. And we should find really a way, because this morning it has been clearly stated by Commissioner Kadis that striving for a union of equality means a union where all women and men, girls and boys in all their diversity are equally and considered as such. Okay, and it is clearly, as it has been clearly stated this morning, that gender equality is at the heart of the European Union fundamental values for sustainable and inclusive growth. And this is because it is needed to attract and retain new talents and you said it clearly earlier, Elena, for a strong, prosperous, and socially sustainable blue economy. It has been said also this morning by Felix Leinemann that this, since I think it's 2019, we have an EU gender equality strategy, 2020-2025. And we already have a vision, a strategy, and let's say an action plan to make concrete progress on gender equality in Europe and let's say towards achieving the Sustainable Development Goals. So indeed, this is the beginning of a new season, I would say, for the blue economy. And it has been said also this morning that if we are here today, it's because DG Mare and the unit of Felix Leinemann, since 2021, has really, let's say, made it clear that they were intending to translate this, let's say, gender equality strategy and to translate and to adapt it to the blue economy sector. We had that call, and we are here today because 2 projects have been selected. And I think that what it is important to stress here is that what is important now is to enter into the implementation phase. We have this amazing project, co-finance, and thank you because I think you have been quite comprehensive. All we wanted to know about WinBig has been, let's say, clearly said, and those who will need some clarification. We are here the full day in order to network and to explain exactly where we are going. And I would say that at the moment the good intentions are there, that for sure. The declaration that diversity and inclusions matter too, and it has been expressed by private and public stakeholders, and these declarations are quite numerous. It's a good start, but I think that this is taking time, and we are saying, it is taking time to materialize. We have these projects, but it's taking time. And if I may, I would rather say that at the moment we are still in at the stage of parole, parole, parole. You all know, if I had to choose a song, and but we have really to go beyond and of words and to act. So, ladies and gentlemen, as one swallow doesn't make a summer, I would say that we don't have to focus too much on these external signs of appearances that might be somehow deceptive, and really to put actions behind all these words. To go back to the Italian Maritime Cluster and Federazione del Mare, by the way, I just wanted to stress here, but I think it has been already said by our chairman, Mario Mattioli, that when we are talking about the Italian Maritime Cluster in Italy, we have the 2 faces of the moon. We have also, of course, the Federazione del Mare that has been created 30 years ago. We celebrated our 30th anniversary last year. There is also Cluster Big. Cluster Big is one of the 20 technological research clusters created by the Ministry of Research, and we are very happy that here we have some representative also of the Cluster Big. Some of our members are also there. It is much more, let's say, focused on research and academics, but together we managed to, let's say, forge very strong synergies here in Italy. We have a memorandum of understanding, and we are all, let's say, together, both of us, we are present in most EU projects. So I think that I just wanted to outline and to stress this this issue. So, but to go back, that we have to go beyond words. Yes, indeed, in Italy there is a woman that is Secretary General for the first time since 1994. Yes, indeed. We have 5 women that are almost at the helm in Federazione del Mare, I think. They are all, and most of them are here and will conclude this, conference. They are Director General for their respective powerful national associations. The sectors are nautical industry, Confindustria Nautica, fisheries, shipbuilding, all suppliers, names, because behind all these associations are Marina Stella, Francesca Biondo, Anna Maria La Civita, Marina Barbanti, and Silvia Migliorit. And there are also many others that are performing key functions here today. So, but if you, I'm not asking you to stay for the eternity, but just to stay till the end of the conference in order to see them on the stage. So I think it's true that it is already a great achievement for the recent years, and that we are all, let's say, registering in our National Maritime Association. But it is still a drop, as it has been said, in the ocean of gender gaps. And of course it is in line with the spirit of the Gender Balance on Corporate Boards Directive that has entered into, I think, application at the end of 2020, last year in 2024. And this directive is aiming for a more balanced gender representation on the boards of big listed companies around the EU members. You will say, of course, in maritime cluster we are more SMEs, so it doesn't apply, but I think that something more has to be achieved. I would say that it's true that we all know that the maritime sector, our traditional maritime sector, is hard to abate in terms of reduction of emissions. I would say that in terms of diversity and inclusions from the beginning of times, it has always been hard to abate too. So, but let's say positive. Let's say positive because, yes, of course, because in this continuous changing world undergoing, I would say, stringent geopolitical and geo-economical turmoil, in the middle of the 4th industrial revolution, it's true that there is no alternative. We all have to do 3 things, all our segments. I mean, decarbonize, digitalize, circularize all the segments of our blue economy. And I do really think that diversity and inclusion could truly gain momentum from that exercise. It has always been decarbonization. When the Green Deal, the European Green Deal was adopted in 2019, it was presented, of course, as a challenge, but also as an opportunity. So let's take this, let's say, epochal energy transition as also an opportunity for this, let's say, for diversity and inclusion. And I think that decarbonization and empowering women are really 2 critical issues. And these issues that intersect in ways that can drive, let's say, more positive change for both the environment and gender equality. And as Italian Maritime Cluster, together with all the component, shipbuilding, fisheries, and etc., we are really deeply committed to deepen the reflection on how these 2 things can be connected. And I think that now that since February, that the new clean industrial deal that is combining competitiveness, you were mentioning it, with decarbonization, I do think that this will certainly further contribute to accelerate diversity and inclusions within all these sectors, because we have to innovate. And we, as it has been said this morning, we are all embarked on the same boat, men and women, and all the new talents being, let's say, men and women, have to be responsible, to do their part, and this is what Webbing is made for. So that's reason why, as you said, Elena, we have all to contribute, and it's not only about women, and that's reason why in the audience we are men and women, because we have to be together to make it happen. And I don't know whether Chairman said it, but I suppose yes. Mr. Mario Mattioli, we recently renewed our statutes in the Federazione del Mare. We created 5 committees to reflect on geopolitics, energy transition and decarbonization, human capital, simplification, and environmental and society and governance, ESG. And I was really pleased to see this morning that the chairman of this committee is currently the president of Fincantieri and the Shipbuilding Association, together with Director General Anna Maria Lacivita, was here today to testify about their real commitment to advance on gender issues. Now, as I think we have time, because it's the first time in history in Italy that we are 4.
Yes, I've never seen anything like this. Never.
Really, she can't.
But also, so congratulations to the women, but also to the men who were extremely clear and concise.
They did it on purpose.
Yes.
Well, how these two themes could be connected, we have already advanced in our reflection. And as I was saying, decarbonization in the blue economy, what to have to do is quite clear now, because we had this legislative package adopted in 2021, and really rapidly packed in the European Commission within 2 years. Less than 2 years to secure and to adopt 6, let's say, directive regulation on how to decarbonize for all the sector is really, it has been a performance. And I think that in the blue economy, decarbonization effort includes, I would say, greening, shipping, and ports. We have all to try to find an adoption of alternative fuels, such as, of course, hydrogen. We are reflecting, we are all very eager to know what is going to be the outcome of this, let's say, crucial, vital IMO meeting in the coming weeks, whether we can address, to adopt a global, let's say, a global standards for reductions. At the moment, we have one at EU level, the famous ETS, that has put a lot of pressure, because as I used to say, in 2019, it has been, let's say, quite an ideological approach. I have a dream that we will be carbon neutral by fixing some dates without knowing how to do it. But the shipping sector and all the maritime sector committed, because it has been clear since the Paris, let's say, agreement, that we are all committed. We want to take part of it, and we want to deliver. But the pressure was not because we didn't want. It was that we had some concern about the how to achieve it. But that is, but we already started, and we want to do it. Want also this effort includes a lot of efforts also on renewable ocean energy, the expansion of offshore wind, tidal and wave energy to replace fossil fuel-based energy sources is here. And this afternoon with Paolo Campostrini, that has been vital here in Italy for the adoption of this maritime spatial planning, let's say, schemes, will tell us how best we are going to organize all maritime activities in our waters at not only national but also at sub-regional level. Italy is the middle of the Med, so it has been also a big exercise concerning, the synergies at a sub-regional level. And also we have also to protect and restore coastal ecosystem like mangroves, seagrasses and salt marshes that are absorbing and a lot of carbon. It is not exactly let's say the core of the Italian Mare, of the Federazione del Mare, but here too we are relying a lot on the reflection on the other clusters that is made of more researchers, academics, etc., to complement these aspects. And let's say that I think that what is important now is that we started reflecting with all my let's say, colleagues here in the Federazione del Mare, that what could be the key steps to improve gender balance. And I think that, let's say that we have to encourage first women's participation in technicals, leaderships, and decision-making roles within maritime sector. We are at the beginning. A lot needs to be done, but we are progressing. We have to focus too, the second point is that we have to focus on training and capacity building, providing skills development programs tailored to women in fisheries, maritime engineering and ocean governance. What is also very important is to facilitate access to finance and resources, because it has been said this energy transition is not only technological, it's about financing. The Draghi report has been clear. Significant financial resources are needed in order to make that happening. So, and I think that this afternoon we will have an important address of the Milena Missori, the EIB, that is the European Investment Bank Director in Rome office, that will enlighten us on the strategy and financial tools at disposal for the blue economy sectors, because the EIB is really focusing a lot on these aspects, taking into account the gender approach too. So we are almost arriving at 11:55. And so I would like also to pay tribute to those who have been able to do their work before the others. The shipping sector is really ahead in that exercise. And let me pay tribute to ICS, the International Chamber of Shipping, and to EXA. And here I think there is one person, there is a name behind these two let's say, shipping association at international level and European one, and she is here with us today. It's Karin also. You have been Vice President of ICS. You are now the President of EXA. Because I don't have it with me, but since 2 years, it has been adopted 2 years ago, ICS published the Diversity and Inclusion Toolkit for Shipping. And this toolkit, ladies and gentlemen, is on board every vessels operating worldwide. And it's a publication that is aiming at creating awareness and inspire change in the strategies, policies, and practices that we hope will enable the maritime industry to meet the needs of the diverse seafarers community, obviously taking into account the different segments of vessels, because what is true for a cruise vessel or a ferry is not true, is different from for a tanker. And let me also said that EXA and ETF, it was a little bit earlier, have produced a joint study, the VEST study, on enhanced participation of women in EU shipping. So things are moving a lot. And now I'm turning to Italy, because believe it or not, but the Italian Port Association, Assoporti, is very proactive in promoting women also in ports. You released quite a significant, let's say, document, and Mrs. Tiziana Morta later, if you stay with us till the end of the conference, you will know more on that. So it's important that shipping and ports are delivering, but not only, the fishery sector also is very active in promoting women, because you know that in the fishery sector, of course, men are on board fishing, but there is all an invisible iceberg at land. Women, since the beginning of the times, have been very implicated in the fishery sector, but they were used to be the invisible one. And we want, and this exercise too means to make them more visible. So I think that time, we are almost, I've been talking a lot, and what I would say that by integrating decarbonization and efforts with gender equality, so I think that societies can make progress on both fronts, fostering a future that is not only more sustainable, but also more just and inclusive. And I would say, let's do it together. Thank you.
Thank you. All right. I must say, it's a perfect time. So, Laurence, thank you very much for your contribution. Thank you, Elena Vieira, and of course, thank you also, though couldn't be with us, but to Felix Leinemann, who contributed to this important discussion. We'll take a 2-second break, and then we will move to our second panel. I'm really anxious to see these 3 very special women and to discuss further with them. Thank you so much.
Sì, sì, sì.
Aspetta, chiedo un attimo alla Rossi.
Piacere. Era lei che scriveva ovviamente.
Grazie, davvero grazie. Io devo dire che ne so, una sera ero a letto, ho detto non è possibile più sport, ho visto questo.
Lo
devo assolutamente.
È poco conosciuto, adesso è iniziato un attimo a andare in voga,
E
diciamo.
poi ho visto questa tendenzia che ho ricevuto dal Presidente della Repubblica. È una cosa che ma era perfettamente attinente al progetto, sono davvero
Ma ci
grazie.
sono degli argomenti che lei vorrebbe
No,
trasmettere più di
invece
altri?
ho soltanto perché questo è il logo di Ocean.
Lavoro di oltre, raccontateci la storia.
La vostra storia,
perché
le vostre eccellenze,
una
geografici. Navy
e
Robotics,
sportiva.
perché così siamo attinenti al progetto.
Ma poi anche cose che le donne non sognano di poter fare, perché armatrice è bellissimo. Non avrei mai immaginato da piccola di fare
Armatrice, anche Navy, perché non erano neanche ammesse come
E fa quindi sono tutti sogni.
ditelo, perché questo è... Abbiamo più difficoltà di mettere in seno ai decision makers, ma quando vi lasciamo fare le cose, voi
Infatti, sì. Secondo me uno dei motivi che ci sono poche donne, a parte una storia infinita di portavano pure sfiga, però cioè che le
no, ma
donne non sanno
perché ce l'ha così, si porterà a fine.
sfortuna, mi viene da dire sfortuna che l'ultima volta detto sfiga, cercherò di non dire sfiga.
Posso rubare una foto? Sì, certo.
Va bene, allora inizio, dai. Allora, io, diciamo, Melissa, Karin. Yeah. Okay, if everyone can start taking their seats, we're going to begin with the second panel. Thank you. Here we are. All right. So thank you everyone for staying with us, for continuing our little adventure. And I think I'm very, very happy to moderate the second panel. I think it's a very exciting panel. The second panel is Love for the Oceans, Experience from Women's Eyes. Amongst ourselves, we called it, What Kind of Ocean Lover Are You? Because we will be speaking to three incredible women about the sea, about the ocean, and their experience. So the organizers were just commenting now, for centuries, women had a complicated relationship with the oceans. We know that women were always involved. The wives of the fishermen, the women who waited for the sailors, they were always there. But the history says that we were bad luck. We couldn't go on ships because men thought we, would curse the whole venture. So we've come a very, very long way from those days, of course, and the women here especially. So today we are pleased and honored to welcome three women, three generations of excellence that have proven that women can do anything in three different key fields. And I think before we were talking about, what makes it difficult for women to be included, I think even imagining that you can do these things. I think some women don't even come into the profession because they can't imagine. In Italy, shipbuilders are called armatori. Can't imagine a woman who would be, involved in shipbuilding. Can't imagine a woman who would be in the Navy, because until 2000, women were not really in the Navy. And even a helmswoman at Luna Rossa. I'm old enough to remember the excitement Italians had for Luna Rossa. At the time, it was men. But, it's incredible to have a 25-year-old woman here who won with the women's Luna Rossa. So very excited for this panel. So I wanted to begin with introducing, she's already been introduced, and I think she needs no introduction in this forum, but Karine Orsel. She's a celebrated maritime entrepreneur and a long-time advocate, this is very important, for diversity and inclusion in the shipping industry. She's co-founder and CEO of the Netherlands-based MF Shipping Group, and she's been selected, I particularly wanted to say, to receive the 2025 IMO Gender Equality Award, which will be presented to her in May in London, May 18th, alongside the celebrations for the International Day for Women in Maritime. So congratulations, thank you so much for being here again today. And so without further ado, if you could, I know there's a quick video and then your presentation. Thank you so much.
Good morning, everybody. My name is Karine Orsel, and I am the founder and CEO of the MF Shipping Group. I am very pleased to be part of the Sea of Change. And why? Because Sea of Change is very important. It relates to the United Nations goals of equality, diversity, and inclusiveness. I was 23 years young when I started my company, and that's a ship management company. So today is a very special day because we have the launching of a vessel called Toon Equality. And that to me is a signal that our company and my clients, the Toon Group, could make a strong commitment, actually a lifetime commitment, to equality, diversity, and inclusiveness. Enjoy your day, and I hope you enjoy the launching.
This is always a good way to start a conference, isn't it? And on previous talks, I would say, welcome to my world. It's actually quite impressive to see one of those vessel launchings, which I think is very common in the Netherlands, but I think you do a little bit different launching. We always say if you have friends, closer to the mic. If you have, closer to the mic, okay, thanks. Normally I'm loud enough, Lawrence, I would say. So we say if you have special friends, which are not your real friends, you put them at a special position at the launching, so they for sure will get wet feet. So I'm going to take a little bit of a different approach just to give you some feedback. This is actually a movie which I showed to now Queen Maxima. At that time I was involved in a project, We Grow. And so the princess and the queen was actually amazed because we did it on a full screen, and we also had cameras on top of the vessel where you can actually see the moving, which I'm not good at because I will be getting seasick. So nice bridge to you. I just wanted to tell you a little bit about my story and then come back to some of the points which Lauren said. And of course, it's obvious I'm not from a Mediterranean country. I'm from the Netherlands. But I really, really support this project, and of course also EXA, or European Ship Owners, is a big supporter of the project. You might not say it these days, but in my young years I was a very sportive young girl. I swam a lot in big competitions, and after that I actually started playing soccer, which wasn't very common at that time either. We did quite well, but I think once you start working, or at least are in this industry, doing a lot of sports gets a little bit more challenging. I grew up in a very traditional city, small town, 5,000 people, very protected area, and went into the wild world, which would have been 300 kilometers further away for studies. So look at these days, I mean, at that time it was a tremendous step, but nowadays it's like everybody flies around the world. For me, it meant that it was too big of a challenge, so I didn't finalize my studies and went back to what I call the best part of the Netherlands, which is the northern part. And by coincidence, like many of us, I ended up working at a shipping company. And there's another coincidence now, because I listened to the founding of the Italian maritime cluster. So 5 years after I started working at the shipping company, they were heading into a bankruptcy. I was 23 years and I had 3 options. Leave this industry, start working at a shipyard, or actually found my own company. And the founding of my own company was not a challenge, because I was like, okay, why not? The challenge was that I had no entrepreneurs in my family, no links to the maritime industry whatsoever, and the financing was also a big challenge. So talking to the bank, and there is this saying, I look at your nice blue eyes, they did not really have a lot of faith in me. Now years forward, I smile always when I meet those same bank people, but at that time I think it's called a business angel. So I had a person who really trusted me, and that made me actually start my company when I was 23. And we started with 5 vessels, smaller vessels, in crew management mainly, 50 seafarers from just 3 nationalities, and 3 people in the office. Now fast forward, nowadays we have roughly 50 vessels, diversified our fleet, do full management, so tankers, also a vessel for the Dutch Ministry of Defense, obviously for a certain area, dry cargo, and let me think more, cement carriers. So it's not huge vessels, it's 20,000 tons, but it's in niche markets. But from the beginning of my career, it was very obvious, because when the company I was working for, it was always like this. If a mistake was made, it was done by the people working. If something went right, the boss would say, hey, it's my idea. So I always kept it in mind when I started my company, and it was very interesting, because I think if you are an entrepreneur and if you want to make a difference, you need to step up. And you need to step up and engage with the policymakers. Interesting enough, I was asked to become a member of the board of the Dutch Ship Owners Association, and talking just like we did before, then the chair came to me and said, oh, Karin, do you want to become a board member? And I remember, and I think this is also a typical female thing, thinking, me? What is my added value? And over all the years, I've always been asked in many associations. So from the Dutch ship owners, I ended up in the board of the International Chamber of Shipping. And yes, I've been the first female in the board of the Dutch ship owners. I was the first female president. I was the first at many occasions. But to me, it is more about stay authentic, stick to your core values, and be convinced that sometimes at board meetings I would be the one asking a question while my male colleague would say, do you know what that is? I said, no, I don't, but let me ask the question. So did I have any hurdles? No, just the one with the bank, to be honest. And I don't mind taking up a cup of coffee and then somebody looks at me and think, okay, and then sitting at the table, because that's a comment I heard quite often. But it's people like Laurence, which I'm really depending on, because I'm the simple ship owner, I always say. But no, but you are the experts. I mean, the people working for the organization, you are the experts. It's the same with EXA or ICS. And you give us the feedback and the things we need. But in the discussions with the policymaker, I like to give the, let's say, examples from the practical side. And you were referring to the event, the Maritime Skills Forum, earlier in Brussels, where I also made a comment that digitalization is an opportunity for females in our industry. But I also highlighted something to Mrs. Fontini, saying, hey, digitalization is great, but for us as an industry, if our engine stops in the middle of the ocean, we need to call the engine maker, because we are not allowed to touch the database which is behind, which can be actually quite challenging. So I made a comparison for Mrs. Fontini and say, hey, you're driving your car, now imagine it says stop, and you might cause a tremendous accident. And your auto or your mechanic actually says, I can't help you, it needs to be plugged in. So it's these kind of examples which I often try to give, which builds the bridge between, let's say, the industry and everybody working in the industry and the policymakers. So I'm looking at, because there's a long list of, indeed, boards and committees which I'm on, but I don't think that is important, besides the fact that I see my role as also to create new opportunities for the next generation, like sitting next to me. And Laurence was talking about the ICS toolkit. I remember 15 years ago I asked for a survey, how many females are there on board of your fleets, and how many females are in your boards association. Now the outcome, let's not even discuss it, was quite shocking. Interesting enough, just like previously said, data was barely there. We're still referring at the IMO of a data survey which mentions 2% of the seafarers are women, and it is so challenging to get those data, just like you said, but we need it, because without the data we are nowhere. I was referring to the sea of change, and that is actually, maybe you have heard of Maritime CEO, and that is a good friend of mine from India who actually created a diversity toolkit to be used at the universities, maritime universities, because there is a cultural big cultural gap in India, for instance. And Sanyam Gupta, who is a close friend of mine, they asked me for a lot of, let's say, interesting things. And I said, nope, there's no way that I'm going to add something. Please look at Sanyam, because he will bring a different perspective. And I think that's the role we all have to fulfill. Be critical for what kind of position you are asked, and look at your own network, because within our own network we can make a difference, but don't be protective and say, okay, this is mine. We actually should introduce it to, looking at both of them, because I have gray hairs and the two of them are relative young, but that's the way forward. So don't make the mistake that you want to be in charge of everything, because that's impossible. At the same time, I think it's always interesting if I have an interview, people say, how do you do all of this? Because I'm in 5 or 6 different boards, and how do you do this? And I always make the joke, would you actually ask that to a gentleman? And the answer is no, because then he's energetic and fully aware. And there was an interesting interview, and I'm not sure if it's in English, where actually Dutch entrepreneurs were interviewed by women, and they asked the same questions which women get at a job interview, and it is interesting. Okay, did you see it? So do you have kids? How many? And things like that. So, and at times I think it's not on purpose. I think it's a really meant interest in us as an individual, but it is a way of trying to turn that around and look at competence. And that is a word which I actually heard a lot this morning, and which I was very happy about, because I remember many years ago when I would say Norway was introducing their 40% women need to be in boards, and that was at the beginning of my career. I was like, no, ridiculous. it's about competence, and we are good enough. Unfortunately, you see that without legislation, sometimes it is challenging to actually have access to those board positions, and I think we are way beyond saying it's not necessary anymore. At the same time, I see so many changes look at this audience, I see so many changes in our industry in those 25 or actually 30 plus years. The future is bright, and I think we don't see it in figures yet, but we do see a next generation entering our industry. And at the same time, if I look at the skills forum, and at our part, my part of the industry, the biggest challenge is how to attract the next generation. What is so special about our industry? And I really look forward to my both co-speakers today, because I think the both of you are inspiring for the next generation, and also spoke, I'm horrible at names, so I apologize for that, but also had talked to Christina before with your booklet on with a C star, and to attract and make people aware about our environment and what can we do. It's starting at that level, very, very early in your life. Are you being triggered into our industry or not? And there is as I say, a sea of your opportunities. So I'm not going to talk too long, Lawrence, because I would like to hear from the two of them. I'm happy to answer any question if we have the time, because I always like to interact with the audience, to be honest. And today is actually interesting. Last week we were at the European Shipping Summit and meeting all the European commissioners. I'm actually going to meet Mr. Costas in 2 weeks. And then I reflect in the evening and think, okay, 31 years ago I still was a youngster. I'm from a tiny town, and now here I am addressing all these people. And that is good to reflect and to actually take a step back at times, but I really hope that I can represent all of you in the way I do. This year will actually, December will be the last will be my last meeting as a chair, and I decided to go back to the International Chamber of Shipping, Laurent. So I'm not gone yet. And I think I would like to leave it here, because I really would like to hear from the others, and any question on policy making or whatever, go ahead, except for my bank details. That's the one.
Thank you so much. Thank you. All right, so that was super interesting. I also want to get to more action. So without further ado, I'd like to introduce Melissa Maselli. She's an officer in the Italian Navy. She serves in the Italian Navy's General Staff as head of the Direction of Forces and Training, the training section. But today she will be speaking to us and providing a perspective of undersea robotics. So I'm really, really interested. And full disclosure, very quickly, when I was a child, I wanted to be in the Navy, because I adore the sea. I can't live without the sea. I lived in Milan for 3 years, almost died because there was no sea. I admire women who have done this career choice, because at the time I couldn't even imagine that it was possible. One of the reasons I didn't do it, and I did other things. So very interested in knowing more, and in especially knowing this very particular field, which is the robotics, the undersea robotics, which I don't think we know enough about. So thank you, Melissa, for being here today.
Thank you for the introduction. Okay. And thank you for the opportunity to participate actively in this event. Building on the remarks made by the panelists in the opening session, the purpose of my speech today is to provide the perspective of the Italian Navy on underwater robotics. My aim is to present a broader context regarding underwater operations and envision future scenarios that can support international maritime security cooperation while maintaining a proactive approach to protect our economic interests. Underwater. Oceans and seas cover more than 60% of the Earth's surface and play a crucial role in our lives. Indeed, the underwater represents a new frontier for humankind, largely unexplored, crucial for wealth and prosperity. As a new frontier for humankind, on one hand, it demands protection while on the other, it has significant implications for defense, security, and technology. From a strategic perspective, the underwater environment provides access to important resources, such as rare earth metals. Additionally, most of the infrastructure concerning the transport of information and energy resources are located under the water surface, with over than 1 million kilometers for backbone and submarine cables that are almost 99% of global digital communication. From now, I call them critical underwater infrastructure. The protection of this critical underwater infrastructure is a high priority and requires an interagency and international approach that should facilitate the coherent development for both technologies and well of government regulations and operational procedures. Italian Navy is extremely committed in underwater dimension and collaborates with private partners and government entities, as well as research centers and universities, in order to achieve an underwater situational awareness. Later, I will elaborate further on the concept. So, why robotics? As we can imagine, the underwater environment is inhospitable for humans, so surveillance can be carried out using underwater robots. The integration of underwater robots into naval and specifically military operations enhance monitoring, exploration, and threat neutralization capabilities in complex and dangerous underwater environments. Their effectiveness is especially evident in protecting and maintaining underwater infrastructure, including oil platforms, underwater cables, pipelines, dams, and other critical structures. In particular, autonomous underwater vehicles and remotely operated vehicles provide numerous advantages that surpass human capabilities, enabling safer and, in certain instances, more efficient operations. These devices can be used for a variety of tasks, including data collection, environmental monitoring, maintenance of underwater infrastructure, and, in the case of the Navy, defense operation. Just a reflection. In this an open, better say holistic approach that includes all relevant stakeholders, such as private civilian partners, industry representatives, research institutions, and academics. What we accomplished. The Italian Underwater National Hub, Polo Nazionale della Dimensione Subacquea, established in 2023, is a tangible example and a virtuous model of coordination and cooperation, serving as a catalyst for the so-called underwater cluster. It brings together and enhances the excellence of Italian entities engaged in various capacities within the field of underwater innovations. In fact, the hub aims to serve as a common space where universities, research centers, startups, small and medium-sized enterprises, companies, the Italian Navy, and other institutional stakeholders that collaborate to create favorable conditions for innovation. This includes testing projects in underwater environments, developing technologies, and building know-how to address complex challenges. The first 4 calls for tenders related to development of Polo Nazionale della Dimensione Subacquea technologies have been awarded and currently in the contracting phase. Putting on these entities together allow us to create a system and to be more effective, especially because technology is advancing at breakneck speed. What is underway? The result of all this effort can be tested during the operational experimentation event, commonly referred as OPEX. The Italian Navy, starting from this year, has decided to have specific national events, precisely OPEX, with the objective to open the maritime environment to testing activities in favor to firms and companies capable of presenting unmanned systems with a mature technology readiness level. The first event will be held in La Spezia area within the Italian Navy Center for Support and Experimentation from the 26th to the 29th of May of this year. The aim is to test uncrowded vehicles in a variety of scenarios in order to build an underwater situational awareness. What does it mean, underwater situational awareness? In broader terms, is the ability to integrate information from various sensors, such as naval assets, underwater vehicles, satellites, bottom stations, aircraft, buoys, and effectors. These informations are shared through an underwater multi-domain network and analyzed to obtain a comprehensive picture of what exists underwater. Let's imagine, in a near future, an overcrowded environment. In simple terms, we need to determine whether a sonar echo could be a whale, a rocket, a national manned vehicle for maintenance or recreational purposes, or perhaps an unfriendly submarine. Another reflection, how to protect the underwater dimension? First and foremost, new capabilities can make a significant difference. The underwater dimension is an essential new frontier for humankind that requires protection, considering a significant implication for defense, security, and technology, as we said. In the current scenario, it is essential to complement today's conventional tools, such as remotely operated vehicles, submarines, and underwater operators, with unmanned assets capable of autonomous collecting and integrating underwater data. Additionally, we need to develop a comprehensive network of submergent sensors and actuators, including autonomous high-persistence assets, underwater information infrastructures, unmanned operators, lethal and non-lethal underwater weapons. This network would ensure complete underwater surveillance, supporting national control and deterrence capabilities in all underwater applications. Developing new capabilities through robotization and digitalization will be central to this effort. So, thinking about this near future scenario, we need also a governance in this complex environment. The exploration and the exploitation of underwater and seabed resources present not only new opportunities, but also significant challenges for legislators in devising an effective and inclusive framework. Therefore, a clearly defined governance structure is desirable in order to establish procedures and rules to coordinate and control underwater activities. This task should be managed by a single operational center responsible for all underwater activities in waters under national authority. This center will serve as Autorità Nazionale per il Controllo delle Attività Subacquee, tasked with centralizing all requests for access to underwater spaces so that underwater operations will be safer, and it also be possible to establish a recognized picture to detect any anomalies and act quickly, especially near critical infrastructure. So, after having provided an interesting, explanation of the underwater dimension, now let me discuss about my personal experience on board ITS Stromboli as commanding officer. ITS Stromboli is one of the Italian auxiliary order replenisher fleet. We have been deployed in NATO Operations Noble Shield, which ensures the presence and actions of the standing NATO Mine Countermeasure Maritime Task Group under the command of the Allied Maritime Component, that is MARCO. The objective of this operation is to maintain and develop the Alliance defense and deterrence capabilities in the Mediterranean Sea, monitoring maritime areas of NATO interest, ensure freedom of navigation, and promote integration among all countries. To demonstrate that everything we have discussed so far is already happening, we participated in several exercises and real-world activities aimed at implementing critical underwater infrastructure protection activity in NATO doctrine, demonstrating NATO presence and NATO interest in the protection of critical underwater infrastructures, spreading critical underwater infrastructure protection awareness in NATO mine warfare community, and conducting bottom survey activities on European and Italian critical underwater infrastructure. I show just some pictures. I thank you for the attention.
Thank you. And, and thank you. And thank you for the photos. I really enjoyed seeing you on the Stromboli and seeing that part of your experience. All right, so now we move to Margherita Porro, who is here next to me. I'm very, very happy to have her with us. I think many of you have also heard about her. She's helmswoman for Luna Rossa, the Prada Pirelli women's team. And she was also co-helmswoman of the team that won the first Women's America's Cup in Barcelona last year. So congratulations. Thank you for your contribution to this.
Thank you.
So just a fantastic achievement for someone who's very young. She's just told us she's 25, so I'm very impressed. But then again, someone else was founding companies at 23. So women out there, you know, you can do anything. Margherita is an athlete. She for Fiamme Gialle, so the Fiamme Gialle Corps in Italy, and she has a degree in motor sciences and started sailing on Lake Iseo at the age of 5. So that's fantastic as well. And Margherita, I just wanted you to tell us a little more about your experience and, you know, how it's been for you to be a woman and to be doing something that's new in your field.
So it's a hard question because it wasn't easy. First of all, I started sailing in Lake Iseo, as you said, because I live in Chiari. Chiari is a small city near Brescia, Milano, so it's pianura padana, no sea, no water.
But you were near the lake. I was stuck in the city. So
yeah. So I was super lucky to have my parents bringing me to Lake Iseo for trying sailing for the first time. And I also tried to do the footballer, but my squad, my school squad didn't let me in because I was a girl. Yes, when I was super young, like 6 years old. So yeah, I started sailing with my dad, and it was a wonderful experience, especially because I wasn't scared, but because I was on the lake, no big waves, not a lot of wind, so it was easy for a child to get used to it. But then when I started to do sailing at a high level, it was a little bit harder because I started to feel like scared about the sea. And also the situation wasn't easy because I was far away from home. Yeah, so a hard situation.
We're seeing some photos, but wait, I think I have to interrupt you because we have a video. Okay, let's show the video and then we'll get back to your experience because it's too nice and we just want to see it.
Luna Rossa, Prada Pirelli win the Pooch Women's America's Cup.
Thank you.
That's amazing. So from Lake Iseo to open waters. So how was the experience moving from there to, you know?
Well, I was super scared. So I tried to hide this fear, and I want to thank my parents because they were always by my side. And thanks to them, I'm here today because without their belief in me, I wasn't going to be a professional sailor probably because it was impossible when I was young to imagine to be in Luna Rossa, to be a pro sailor, like it was crazy impossible.
So how did it happen? It evolved, you decided you wanted to be a pro sailor at one point? Or?
No, it wasn't my, how can I say, my career wasn't straight at all. I tried skiing, I tried football, as I said, yes. And then I also tried to enter in the Italian Navy. I did 1 year in Scuola Navale Militare Francesco Morosini in Venice, and I was still sailing, but I was like not believing in my capacity to be a good sailor, even if I won a lot of I had good results, like World Championship, I did first, like a lot of good results, but I was like, it's impossible to have a career in sailing, you know? So yeah, I tried to do the military career. I did 1 year, and then I don't know why my parents said, but are you sure you want a life like this? Or do you want to get back to sailing and try again? Because I feel like you have a lot of potential. So I have really good parents, you know? And also, I want to say that when I was 6, my school didn't let me in the football squad, but now there are a lot, I live in a period that I have a lot of possibilities, you know, thanks to you, to the older generation. And I don't want to say it, no, I mean, the previous generation.
It's true, she's 25, so yes.
No, yeah, but like now, you can see us winning the Women's America's Cup, but it was impossible for me to, when I was 10 years old, to have this possibility. And we didn't even say thank you to the one who came before us to fight for this, because there is a big work behind this. And you can see only the victory, but you don't see all the process that was, I mean, even I can't imagine it, you know, because I don't want to say it was easy for me. I was like just doing my best, but yeah, I didn't have the possibility before, and now I have like from I don't know where, you know, and the where is the previous generation.
But so there are other women obviously on the team, so what's the relationship between women? I'm curious to know.
Yeah, first of all, I want to thank my teammates. I don't know if it's the right way to say in English, because we are good. Okay. So my teammates, Giulia Conti, Maria Giubilei, Giulia Fava, Alice Linussi and Maria Vittoria Marchesini. We are 7 girls, and on the boat we were just 4. So and Giovanna Micol. 3 of them were not on the boat, and it was, I think, hard for them to accept this. So initially we started this campaign fighting against each other, because all of us wanted to be on the boat, but only 4 could be on it.
That happens to men too, I think, but yeah.
Yeah. No, yeah, then I tell you why I think we won, and why I think this experience made me grow a lot as a person, but later. And yeah, so I think we were a super close group of girls, and why we were so close is that we were super loud, first of all. We were loud, and you can hear it from the video. So we were not scared to ask, also to confront each other. I think that was the key point, and not only each other, but also the boys and our superiors. Like, we were asking a lot to them, not pretend, just ask to understand, because, as I said, it was the first experience in the world, like the first Puig Women's America's Cup in history. So it was the first time, and it was obvious we were there to learn, you know. And for learning, you have to ask, and you don't have to be scared about asking, and to be loud also. Yeah, so that's the key point. Yeah, my teammates were 7 girls, amazing girls, as I said, because we were against each other initially, and then when our superior decided the 4 of us that were on the boat, there was a sort of switch. The 3 of them that weren't on the boat, I think it was a super hard time for them, but they cheered for us all the way, and they were there for us to just talk, so it was magical. And I think if I wasn't on the boat, I couldn't do it, you know, because it's a hard job to be the one, yeah, the one that is not on the boat, so the one in panchina, we say in Italy, but yeah, it's hard. So I want to thank also all the Luna Rossa family, because I think it's well, I don't know the other teams, but in my opinion, it's a big family for real, and maybe it was the first time that I didn't felt like out of my place, because everyone was there for us to cheer on us, to help us in hard times. So yeah, I didn't feel that gender diversity there. Another thing is that they decided to initially to let us sail with the boys, so I was sailing with them. And the boys were young boys. I know them since when I was super young. And there was no diversity on the boat. We were just sailing, also trying to make the boat go faster together. So yeah, I really didn't feel that gender diversity.
That's a good metaphor, make the boat go faster together. It's a good
yeah.
message.
So yeah, it was magical.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Margherita.
Thank you.
But we're not finished. So I have a few questions, but first I would like to know if anyone in the audience has a few questions for any of our women in this panel, because it's kind of a very diverse and interesting panel. So anyone brave out there interested in knowing more about what happened? Otherwise, huh? Yeah, of course, go ahead. Well, there's no microphone. If you don't have one, I'll give you mine.
Just for the ones at home to listen. First of all, thank you to be here. I have a question for Melissa first, and then one for Margherita. Melissa, you're in the Navy. It's usually seen, it was usually seen as a man-dominated sector. Now I don't think that is true. But I would like to ask you if you have all the opportunities you need to go further in the Navy here. And I know it probably is a hard question to answer. And to Margherita, I would like to ask, you're very young. You've already achieved so much. Where do you see yourself, Margherita, in 10 years from now? I really would like to know.
Okay, thank you. I think we start with Melissa.
So thank you for the question. So we can go deeper with my, let me say, career. I joined the Navy in 2000. It was the first year that armed forces can accept women. And I can say that, yes, I did the same opportunity of my male colleagues. So I did the same courses. I had the same opportunity to have more or less the same role, both on board of the ships and both at the Italian Navy General Staff or wherever we are employed. So there is no definite. We can talk about equity, yes. It's enough? Thank you.
What's next for you? Where do I see myself in 10 years? It's a hard question because I'm 25, so in 10 years I will be 35. And of course I would like to have a family. So yeah, that's another, I don't know, it's bad to say problem, but it is a problem in the athlete life, you know. So, but I'm sure there will be a lot of new opportunities for me. I don't know if I will still go, I don't know, on Luna Rossa. I can't know it, but yeah, I really like to talk to people, to encourage them. So maybe that could be the plan. And also I'm in Fiamme Gialle, so maybe I can go and work in Guardia di Finanza. I completely agree with Melissa that I don't feel like there is a big, like, there is no diversity in the military environment. When I did my 1 year, the only 1 year in Morosini, Scuola Navale Militare, I didn't feel like there was at all. So yeah, a lot of opportunities for me. I don't know. I hope to do my best in these years, learn, do a lot of experiences, because as I said, it's a good moment for women. Yeah, that's it.
Thank you. It is a good moment, I agree. If anyone has questions, we have the microphone. Okay, they're over there.
Thank you very much for this very inspiring panel. My question will be addressed to Karen. I really was inspired by the story behind your company, behind your personality. So for you, as a woman entrepreneur, what's maybe the advice you would give to ladies that want to create companies? And for you, what were the competences for you as a woman that were game-changing and helped you really do things differently? Because this is what I see you've been doing with your company. Thank you very much.
Thank you. If I look at my neighbor, so I would see her as a role model, and that's a heavy word, I know. They call me that as well, and I always say role model. But I think you are, so both of you are, and I think the fact that you're speaking here, and you say, okay, I want a family, and that's an interesting one, because would that actually mean that it's no longer possible, or would that be a personal choice? That would be a later question. So because I think it is possible, but it's a personal choice, of course. So I mean, when I was 23, I had the only thing I knew that I was in love with this industry, and it's never a dull moment, and I was really passionate about the industry, about the international component of it, working with people. And I did want to make a difference in that respect, that I think, and we heard it a lot, but it's how you deal with it. So for me, everybody is equal. And within our company, for instance, we on purpose try to hire young women in, I would say, the technical jobs or the quality department, so which are considered typically male, but also the other way around. So positions which have been typical female, try to hire gentlemen in there as well. So that is something which is important to me. That is how I built the company. When I started, and I think it's quite different now, because you've been in different startups, huh? Yeah. So I'm also one of those business angels, but you need to be critical about what it is that the young man or female who's coming to you with a proposal. And yes, I had some mishaps, but that's fine with me. I mean, if I couldn't afford it, I wouldn't do it. But I think that is also the opportunity I had. So I want to give back to the next generation and make that possible for them as well. And what is a unique product? Yeah, I mean, it's so different, and I would love to hear what's the products which you have been working on. But for me, starting up was only possible because I had someone who really believed in me. My father was already passed away when I was 21, so I had no family ties or nobody who I could say, okay, is this wise? Maybe if I talked to wise people, they would have said, don't do it. But I was like, why not? I mean, sometimes you just need to be bold and take that step, but make sure you have good advisors surrounding you. For me, it was so important to have people surrounding me and who also told me, no, this is not wise. And I would say the longer my career is and the higher your position is, there are less and less people not daring, but they find it challenging to talk to the CEO or to the president of the European ship owners. And I always try to build that bridge because I want to hear and I need that feedback, because otherwise I'm up there and that means you lose the connection with what is so important, and that is the people on the workplace. And that is key to me, and that will always be very important. So good advisors, people surrounding you who dare to tell you, hey, this is nice, but don't do it. And then trust your gut feeling, and that is one of those words which we're also not supposed to use, but I think trusting your gut feeling is so important, because I've had a personal experience as well, talking to people, and then you think, there is something, but I can't put a finger on it. And then a couple of years later, your gut feeling is confirmed, and that is a pity often. So trust yourselves and surround you by the right people.
Thank you. Actually, I have a quick question. Yeah, we have 1 minute, so yeah, we do. One quick question, because here's what's interesting. I often do speak to women that are successful in different ways, and what's interesting actually, and it connects with some of the things that Naviera told us about, is it wasn't that hard usually for them, because you're always expecting, and there are some tragic stories of struggle, but not so much. And in fact, when I was 32, I became head of my news wire in Rome, and it was not so much. It was actually more recklessness and going for it and loving what I was doing, and it happened very quickly. And now I do other things. I do Western Europe, but my question is, but then what happens is with the middle managers, and there are glass ceilings, there are places where you get stuck, and it's almost like being stuck in the sand. So when we're talking about, the ones who made it usually make it quickly, but then there's the ones stuck in the sand. So what do you think is the sand? What do you think? Do you think it's a question of networking? Because I also had one boss who said, hey, she's good, let's let her do her thing. So sometimes it's just one person. Is it networking? Is it helping each other? Is it, what do you think?
It's actually a combi. So I'm a mentor of a couple of people as well, but at a certain moment it's not that I don't want to mentor people, but I also have been mentoring people on a global basis, which I said, now it's getting tricky, because your culture is so different from mine, and it might mean that what is quite common in my part of the world would actually ruin your career. So first of all, you need to be, at least, I also spoke to a Dutch lady who said, Karin, I want to be as you. Okay. Are you active in an association? No. Are you active within your company in any kind of forum? No. What are you doing? I dance. Okay. But how should anybody know what your ambition is if you're not speaking it out? And I think the lady next to me is very modest, which is suiting her perfectly. At the same time, she's a role model for a lot of youngsters. So the fact that she gives her parents a lot of credit, absolutely top. In a few years, you will most probably, absolutely. So it is also starting and then recognizing, hey, this is a development in your career. Networking is key. Ambition until a certain level. Also need to be realistic. And it does help if you have a sponsor. Because I think let's say in some business areas, it's very difficult as a young female to actually be heard and to say, hey, I would like to be that in my future career path. Can I do some education? And there you really need to trust, and the sponsorship, as I would say, is I don't know how that. She's like, oh shoot. But how do you look upon this? If I say, I know you're very modest, and that suits you perfectly, but to a lot of people you are a role model. And that's heavy words maybe, but you earned it, so.
You're all role models, as I said at the beginning. Because you exist, it becomes something you can imagine. It's hard sometimes when you're young and you can't even imagine doing a certain thing. So. And thank you to all. Actually, I need to close because we're trying to be respectful and efficient, and so I need to close. But thank you to our three amazing panelists, and thank you for the organizers. So it's the end, but not the end. We have lunch, and then there will be more panels. Thank you so much.
Sale, sale, funziona? Perfetto. Sale, sale, funziona? Perfetto.
eternity. The view is here to stay for eternity, but our panelists not. So please join us in the room. Good afternoon, all. The show must go on this afternoon, and it's going on with many women of excellences that will enlighten us on leveraging women in the blue economy, initiatives promoting women's inclusion, career opportunities, and gender aspect. I will be very brief because I want them to monopolize these 60 minutes. And I would like to introduce our first panelist, Milena Messori. You are the head of European Investment Bank, Roma office. This morning we heard that this fourth industrial revolution, this energy transition, epochal energy transition, is not only technological but also a financial issue. And we would like to know from you what you are doing to make it happen, bridging also with gender issues. The floor is yours.
Thank you, Laurence, and thank you very much to the organizer. I was introduced as the head of the Rome office of the European Investment Bank, where I'm proud to say I'm the first woman as head of the office of the European Investment Bank in Italy. Thank you. It's certainly, I'm proud of it for sure. I think today we are talking about something that is crucial, which is empowering women. I like to say that empowering women is not just a moral imperative, but also an economic opportunity. And that's what we know very well at the European Investment Bank. We are the largest multilateral public bank, and we invest in investment projects that are aimed at creating sustainable economic growth. And we know very well that without investing in women, we do not reach sustainable economic growth and resilient societies. So that's what we aim at doing. We certainly know what the data are. Maybe they were mentioned before, but certainly you heard them. If we were to reach full female workforce employment by 2030, and 2030 is around the corner, it's just less than 5 years from now, we would increase global GDP by 13 trillion. And we would increase EU per capita by 10%. So we really need to work on that. And we need, today we are talking about the blue economy, we need to invest in the blue economy. We know that 80% of the total volume of goods worldwide are traded and carried by sea. So it's an important piece of what I mentioned before, increasing the economic growth of our countries, our societies. The EIB invests on an average 2 billion per annum in the blue economy in terms of sustainable aquaculture, in terms of coastal protection, in terms of port infrastructure. But the industry has a limit, and we're very clear about what the limit is. The fact that is male-dominated. Only 2% of the workforce in the industry is made up of women. And this is a limit because not only we are depriving the industry of innovation, creativity, problem-solving abilities, we are depriving the industry of workforce. And this is one of the limits of the industry, the shortage of labor. By making sure that women can access works in the industry, we are certainly helping the industry grow and become profitable, even more than today. This is what we are doing at the EIB, and I want to give you 2 examples. The first example is an advisory assignment that we have started with the Flemish Maritime Authority. What we are doing together with them is to look at what are the constraints that limit women working in the industry and try to address those constraints. Ultimately, the aim is to produce I would call it a manual, a diversity investment manual that can be used by promoters, that can be used by stakeholders in the industry to define projects that will have a component, a gender component, so that we can increase the participation of the female workforce to this industry. If this is proven successful, we will certainly aim at enlarging the scope of work and including other countries within the EU and also outside the EU. But this is not the only thing that the EIB does. We do technical assistance, but we also invest. And what we do aim at investing in are projects that have a gender component, where we are supporting women-led businesses and businesses that can produce goods and services for women. Another example that I like to cite here is the 350 million that we invested in Tanzania, of which a component, a large portion of this amount, was dedicated to supporting businesses that are led by women and are in the blue economy. Saying this means that obviously we are doing a lot. However, that's not enough. And I want to conclude by the fact that we are in Italy. I live in Italy, I'm Italian. In Italy, we have women that earn on average 1/5 less than their male counterparts. And so there's a long way that we need to go. I heard before that there were women who didn't feel that they were limited in their opportunities, and this is already a very good statement, but there's more that needs to be done. And what I believe in, and I would like to conclude with that, is that only together we can really make a difference. So having government, institutions like the one I represent, but also stakeholders from the industry working together with the same objective. Thank you.
Thank you very much indeed. PPP are also important on this, in this issue. As it is going to be a marathon with a lot of runners, without any further ado, I'm asking to Elsa Tudal. Elsa Tudal, you are the new Director
for Europe and International Affairs at the Ministry of Ecologic Transition, Biodiversity, Sea and Fisheries in France. And I know that French authorities matters this year on gender, let's say, equality at the eve of the UN Ocean Conference scheduled in Nice this June. And from you, I will be eager to know on French government initiative. I know that you are doing a lot, and the new French policies for sea jobs feminization. Thanks.
Thank you very much, Lawrence. Yeah, I'm here today to present what the French government is doing so far for gender equality. We are doing a lot, but it's never enough. So I am very happy that to discover this morning some good illustration, to pickle some ideas to come back in Paris with that, because as you said, Milena, together we can be better. As many branches or field, women are underrepresented, especially in the highest position. So we are trying in France to identify some drags for the long-term career, and the government is still working on various lines. The equal pay, very big issue, and the access for women to high-level responsibility within the public service. And more precisely about the Maritime Affairs Administration, we are still in progress within an interministerial plan for equality adopted in 2023. And our ministry is fully involved in this policy as a coordinator for the civil servant. So this is a big issue for civil servants, but also in my administration for our maritime sectors and all the workers and female workers in this sector. For example, our administration co-construct a national strategy for sea and coast. This is a pluri-annual strategy which identifies the big issue in public policy for maritime affairs. And we did this construction with unions, with scientists, with representatives from shipping, fisher, etc. And there is one very important objective is to improve the attractiveness of the maritime profession, because it's very difficult today to find women and men also to go on a fishing boat, on a shipping boat, etc. And to this national strategy encourage also the inclusion of women in the maritime sector by promoting their presence on board ships. Within the maritime administration, we've got a very big issue on the training establishment. The aquaculture and fisheries colleges, for example, there are only around 6 or 8% of women among all the pupils. We did a big action into the École Nationale Supérieure Maritime. This is a school for the Navy officer, in the merchant vessels, and we've got since 2020 an advisor for the equality within the school, and now we are around 15 females in the school for the Navy officer. The school is also working very closely with the French Maritime Cluster that built an observatory for the equality. So we are developing many links with the CMF. This is for our people in the administration, and this is for the future civil servants. But we've got also national plans, especially based on a huge communication, Hearing at Sea, about the French maritime industry, today there is around 21% of women for all the jobs in France, and the objective is to ensure a major plan to promote gender equality as support for institutions and associations working to promote gender diversity, and a national campaign to combat all forms of harassment on board on the ships. We target through our national campaign Hearing at Sea, we target to raise awareness and promote the diversity of training and careers in the maritime sector among students and parents also, because we realize that the lack of knowledge about maritime activities and careers remain a barrier to increase the number of women in the sector. We've got also specific and targeted action with financials. This is a Maritime Intervention Fund that encourages more women to enter in seafaring profession. We can support projects in a wide range of maritime fields, and there is one priority theme is training for the seafaring profession, and we are picking some projects that can benefit to women by this way. We are also supporting projects submitted by Women at Sea, an association that has been selected, and this association protects the marine environment and promote women who are committed in this cause. So beyond all this action, what we can see in the maritime sector in France is there's a growing demand for gender equality, and that illustrates the needs for more inclusive policy. And this trend is toward greater empowerment and participation of women in the sector. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Elsa. And just to remind us that this is the Win Big Med conference, I turn to Anna Dorangrica. You are the project manager, Gender Equality, Social and Civil Affairs Division of the Union for the Mediterranean. And you have a relevant experience on women economic empowerment. I know that the Union for the Mediterranean in strategic partnership with the Union of Arab Banks has announced the launch of Inspire Air. So I think we have a lot to hear from you. You have the floor.
Thank you very much. I was looking for the pointer for the PowerPoint. Thank you, sorry. I was looking for it. Thank you very much for this kind invitation, a pleasure. Before starting, I wanted just to react to a couple of messages that were shared this morning from Elena, from Karine, and from someone else. There is a phenomenon when you talk about gender equality, which is called feminization of vulnerability. And always, when you talk about women, you consider as a vulnerable group. Honestly, after today, listening all of you, I don't know why on the earth they think that women are vulnerable group. I don't understand, honestly. This is my personal opinion, but this is beside it. Anyway, just to introduce a couple of slides of what the UFM is and why we are working on women in blue economy. We are an intergovernmental organization of 43 member states, meaning 27 from European Union, 16 from Balkan, Turkey, and MENA countries. We work on 5 key areas, and environment and climate change, including blue economy, is part of it. But there is also a specific focus on gender equality and women empowerment. Now, we are trying to follow 2 main tracks. One where gender equality is the main target, and the other one where gender is fully mainstreaming across the thematic areas. Now, how we work? Basically, we are a political organization which work at 3 different levels. One is the political level, One is at the policy level, and the third one is at project level. We work together with the national government, with the line DG on social affairs and gender equality, but also on blue economy, on environment. And we bring the countries and the ministries, but also the civil society, the industry, the banks, around the table to improve the national policies on a specific topic. And the final, let's say, output of this political dialogue is the ministerial declaration. And on blue economy, the first one was adopted in 2021. And as you can see, there are key priorities, which you have already mentioned this morning, all of them, meaning energy, meaning tourism, meaning biotechnology, meaning coastal management, preservation, biodiversity, plastic pollution, and so on. And we have a roadmap, meaning an action plan to implement this ministerial declaration. And we are, in this moment, developing the monitoring exercise of what has been implemented. Because, you know, as someone told this morning, there is a lot of words, I think you mentioned, Laurence, but we need also to put in place what we are preaching for. So this is what we are doing, and just, just to give an example, in the framework of the ministerial declaration, there was this commitment to put in place a platform that we call Sustainable Blue Economy Platform for the Mediterranean, which is an online platform where you can find knowledge, report, publication, but you can also find online modules for training. This is open, you can register, and there is a lot of information all through the 10 thematic priorities of the ministerial declaration. I think you mentioned before the UNOC event in France in June. We are in cooperation with the European Commission and with the French government organizing a specific session on blue economy in the framework of UNOC, and there will be also a gender lens in this discussion. And I'm happy to say that in our latest publication, your two projects, meaning WinBig and WeBlue, are mentioned in this publication that is available in English, in French, and Arabic, where there is, for the first time from the Union for the Mediterranean, some data about gender and role of women in blue economy. We organized in 2021 a first training for women in blue economy. And I can say 4 years ago, there was almost nothing. And looking at your project, like what you have been done in these 4 years, I mean, is very encouraging. But the project and the data gathered from the Mediterranean area, meaning the MENA region, are there. And it would be interesting, for example, I was thinking when listening you about the questionnaire that you showed before, for example, when you ask women and men, what do you consider in terms of inclusion? Do you think your work environment is inclusive? It would be interesting to understand what do you mean by inclusive. Because in some case they can tell you, yes, 50% of my organization is made by women. And then you go up, 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 and you see there is only 1% in the top position. So the inclusivity can be interpreted in different ways. So you can, as you say, read empty or full glasses. Now, just to give a concrete example of what we are doing on blue economy. There is this specific initiative that was launched in 2022, but 2024 has been the first operational year. We have launched this trust fund that is called Blue Med Partnership in cooperation with EIB, EBRD, with central banks, with the European Commission, with international donors and multi-development banks. Basically, it's a trust fund where the donor put money to provide technical assistance in terms of feasibility studies for projects related to blue economy. Just to give an example, the first one has been focused on the sustainability of the port of Tanger in Morocco. This will be the first project, which is a big project in terms of money. We are talking about 3 million euros. This means that this project will be implemented in the MENA region, so it's not affecting the European side, because this is part of the effort of the development for cooperation. And we are working with the donor to be sure that among the projects that will be funded by this trust fund, there will be also projects led by women, as EIB was already mentioned in this. What we are doing specifically for women, and this is where I'm going to mention the Inspirer contest. Basically, we have been discussing, when we talk about, in particular, women entrepreneurs working in blue economy, the challenges are always the same, looking from European and non-European side, meaning access to resources, access to finance, leadership, and so on. So all the time that we discuss about challenges, more or less there are 4 topics that came out as possible solutions. One is a regulatory framework, one is a public and private partnership, technical assistance, capacity building, mentorship, and knowledge sharing, so access to network and to knowledge. So in order to reply to these challenges and to put in place this recommendation, we have been working at different levels. The option is basically to coordinate a specific program funded by the European Commission with OECD about the financial inclusion of women entrepreneurs. And in this case, one of the main results was that basically in all the countries, in all the Mediterranean southern countries, there are initiatives about financial inclusion, access to finance. What is missing is the collaboration with the other actors. So you have a legal framework, but then you don't work with the banks, with the central bank, the commercial banks, or the investment funds. So you go for a loan, you go for a request for an investment, but then you don't have the collaterals. So if you don't put in place a collaboration to reduce the request for guarantees and collaterals, you are not going to get funds for developing your business. And this is what we are doing in terms of working with the government and with the responsible for the regulatory framework to improve this access to finance ecosystem. Second thing, we consider that this partnership, private and public, should be based on good example. And take into account the experience of the BlueMed partnership, we have decided to mobilize funds to launch a specific investment center in the framework of the Union for Mediterranean with a specific program for women entrepreneurs. And this will be cross-sectoral. It will be for green, blue, tech, agro-food, everything. And hopefully this will be launched next year for a duration of 3 years. And we are developing the concept of this program together with the Women Business Association in the regions. We have a challenge also in this case, because you were talking, I think, this morning about networking, alliance, intergenerational dialogue. But then when you try to work with the Women Business Association in the different countries, they don't speak each other. They don't know what are doing in the other countries. There is no knowledge of good practice and how to replicate them. So this time we have decided to involve them from the beginning and say, tell us what you need and how you can cooperate together. So the idea is that all the Women Business Association in the region will be involved in this exercise. And then, collaboration and network. This is just a short images of how we want to work. There will be a part in terms of technical assistance, there will be a part in terms of trust fund, and there will be the possibility to give also grants to the small project. Last slide, and then I finish. This is just an example of what we are doing in terms of women entrepreneurs, which involves also women in blue economy. We have launched a community of practice on climate environment, on gender, environment and climate change. We are going to work on 2 main pillars. One is access to finance for women in green and blue economy, but also there we have a challenge in terms of what is green and blue economy. Women working on coastal areas, working on tourism, on sport, on biodiversity, they can be considered blue economy. But there are, let's say, companies that are working on activities which are related to some of this topic, but they are not focused on it. We should consider them blue economy or not. So it's a problem also of definition, what we consider blue economy and blue entrepreneurship. This community of practice will provide capacity building, but also advocacy. It's open. If you are interested, I will share with Laurence the information. You can become member in terms of organization of individuals. We have launched this Inspirer contest, which is open to all women-led business, women entrepreneurs from the region, from the MENA region. We are going to provide grants, mentorship program, participation to events, and the idea is to focus on women who have developed project on financial inclusion for other women. Again, the concept of alliance and networking. We are going to launch a contest for women in artificial intelligence, meaning that we will have a specific category for women in most environmental innovative, let's say, impact. So also those working on blue economy and using artificial intelligence can participate. And we are going to provide specific capacity building and training for women working in the agro-food. And of course, when we talk about agro-food, we are talking also about, let's say, food and fish processing in this case. This is just to tell you that for us, blue economy is a, let's say, one of the key targets of our activities, but we also focus on green and other sectors. But the idea of investing on women from a cross-sectoral perspective in this way. And thank you very much. I remain available. Sorry I was too long.
Anna, we would like to spend the whole afternoon with you, of course, to know more, but I think that you offer me the perfect bridge to the second part of this panel. We will have some testimonial, but first of all, before crossing the Med with Lydia and the two, but the clusters of Tunisia and Algeria, I would like to ask to Patrizia Grifoni to know more about the second project we have been talking today, the Win Blue, the sister project of Win Big, empowering women and mainstreaming gender equality in the blue economy. It started some month before the Win Big. It is about to terminate within a few months. So where do we stand with Win Blue?
Thank you, first of all, for inviting Win Blue to be here and to have the opportunity to share with our sister project our work. And it was funded by ENFAF also, and we aim to improve the position, empower the capacity of women to be present in the blue economy in general, and in terms of numbers, but not only, in terms of also of roles. This is the big issue that we have today, and we need to address. And in particular, Win Blue focus on 5 sectors that are circular blue economy and biotechnology, aquaculture and fisheries, offshore renewable energy, sustainable coastal tourism, and cutting-edge enabling technology, meaning robotics, meaning AI, and any kind of technology that is also cross-cutting. What we have done, first of all, I want to say that you can see in the top right corner of the slide the distribution of the partnership in Europe, and we have 12 partners and 2 associated partners, and we cover 4 basins: Atlantic Ocean, Mediterranean Sea, North Sea, and Black Sea. What I would like to focus now is that we have we had the goals and developed methods and results related to collecting data and analyzing data in a similar way of Win Big, even if we can consider that but we will have the opportunity also in other situation to share deeper our result. They can be considered very, very complementary, in my opinion, and I imagine that could be the same for data collected also by other projects. What is very important currently is to have these data collected in different contexts and by different projects to have as much as possible a very, very data analysis, a very, very interesting data analysis, but we need to have also to suggest from the local to the European level to establish a process after the end of our projects to collect periodically data. As we have at national level data collection for each 10 years for any other economic sector, should be very, very important, not only for gender equality, but also for other issues and of the projects. We also collected good practices from the different organizations related to the related to the gender equality in the blue economy, and we developed activities for upgrading skills at technical related to business level also. And some recommendations that are very important, in my opinion, are that we need to enhance gender inclusivity with training related to gender equality in particular also. This is very important because sometimes the awareness of the level of inclusion is not only connected to the real situation, but is also connected with the awareness that we have of the inclusion. The other question is that we developed some gender equality plans models to customized with the different sector of the blue economy that can be used by the organization where possible and if they want, obviously. And it is very important that this model will be in such a manner customized according to the organization, as already experimented also in other sector of the in other sectors of the economy or research and technology. And but establishing gender equality plans means also that they cannot be something that is a piece, a document. They should be operative, and this means that we need to ask to the organization to monitor what is planned and the impacts of this. And we are providing also a tool, an online tool that will facilitate for free, obviously, that will facilitate data collection and also for this gender equality plan. I want to focus only on one last element, that is establishing this quantitative data collection and also qualitative, obviously, but at systematic level. I want to underline this aspect. This is very important that from the at a level of policy will be taken as a decision. At the end, next slide. Okay. No. Sì, sì, è soltanto questo, però non ce l'ho. Ok. You can find the result online. These are some of the data collection analysis and next save the date for our next events. I will show with you the invite in the next days. Thank you very much.
And thank you very much, Patrizia. And now I think let's cross the net. And let's cross the net with you, Lydia Rossi, you are the editorial arms of Federazione, and the coordination. Okay, thank you very much. So I was just saying, let's cross the med, and let's cross the med with you, Lydia, with Emna, with Nesrin, and online Masauda. But I think, I was just saying that you are the director of Formare, you are the AU project of Federazione del Mare, and coordinator of Call Me Blue, that other project that is really very dear for us. But I think you have an announcement for all of us in the room before.
First of all, thank you, Laurence. Yes, we profit just to kindly ask you that inside your paper stuff, you will see a survey for the satisfaction of this day. So whenever you have 1 minute, take the opportunity to fill it. This is with the QR code, so you will find inside your the documents you received this morning. It was just a practical issue to mention. So thank you so much. Can I use So first of all, thanks for this invitation. I think that today is a very good occasion to present Call Me Blue project that since we have a common background also with the Win Big, because Call Me Blue stands for Clusters Alliances in the Mediterranean Blue Economy. So we are in a Mediterranean event. We are working also with the Win Big on the blue economy, and today we are going through my presentation and through our organization and clusters from the southern countries to show you how we can create a bridge and how through our project activities we are working also to promote the role of women, let's say, in the blue economy sector. So very briefly, you can see from a brief description of Call Me Blue that it aims mainly to strengthen the cluster alliances between the north and the south of the Mediterranean Sea. So we are mostly working on the north-south cooperation between maritime clusters of the Mediterranean Sea Basin ecosystem and on south-south cooperation. The main priorities of this project is to promote emerging and embryonic clusters, especially on the southern area, and to exchange knowledge between the two sides of the Mediterranean. As you can see from these slides, we have common point with Win Big. We are both promoted through the WestMed, because Call Me Blue is a result of the work of WestMed Alliance. I'm glad that we had the presentation of UFM priorities, because of course Call Me Blue is in line with the UFM roadmap and ministerial declaration through its actions. So I think we have a common background to which we can create common opportunities between the two projects, as said before. As you can see, the project gets together, let's say, the main maritime clusters of the north and south of the Mediterranean Sea Basin. As you can see from the description, many partners of Win Big are also engaged in this project, like CMMA, Forum Oceano, and Federazione del Mare, of course. So I think that this is an added value, really, to start this discussion today and in the next future. And as you can see, we have also a strong support from the governance level also of the northern African countries, like Egyptian Maritime Transport Ministry. We have the support also Mauritanian Maritime Cluster and from the Maritime Fisheries Department of Morocco. So it's a very large project with main ambitions, but this is our scope today to see how through our actions of promoting the skills, the training, the capacity building and the stakeholder engagement, we can also promote the role of women and young people in the local ecosystem and in the Mediterranean Sea Basin. So basically what we are doing through our project activities in a different way and a different perspective supports the role of women in the blue economy, and we will, you will know about this approach that we are promoting also under Call Me Blue, also through our inspiring women that are part of our network and consortium, and you will see how through the project activities we can really support the role of women in the blue economy sectors and especially for the southern countries. So I don't want to continue, but for further information I'm here. We are the coordinator, so for any information we can provide later during our informal discussion. And I will leave the floor to my colleagues for further, let's say, discussion on how the women empowerment is also promoted through our project and which actions concretely help these objectives and scope. Thank you.
Thank you, Lydia. Thank you, Laurence, for this invitation. First of all, I would like to. It's an honor to be here in this context, in the female context that advocate for the inclusion of women in the blue economy sector and the promotion of their female leadership beyond the North Mediterranean. Women in blue economy are everywhere, and we need to value their work wherever they are. A priority that I have chosen in my new mandate as president of Cluster Maritime Tunisia. Cluster Maritime Tunisia since 6 years ago, 2019. And one of our mission is emphasize the role and the role women and young people in blue economy. Now I will present to you how Call Me Blue has enabled to highlight our agenda. Call Me Blue has highlighted initiative led by female leadership from regional maritime diplomacy, and also to promote to regional initiative in favor of the blue economy. It has contributed to exactly promoting women active participation in maritime and demonstrating our ability to lead major projects and shape sustainable policies in favor of blue economy. Really, in Call Me Blue, I promote partnership, public-private in the maritime sector, and facilitated the discussion of challenge and opportunity in the technical sector. Also, I facilitate creation regional alliance maritime cluster. This is one alliance regional cluster between fourth country, Tunisia, Algeria, Libya, and Mauritania. And actually, we concluded signature between each other, and actually we reflected to elaborate a roadmap, a strategic roadmap between countries. Also, Call Me Blue, in Call Me Blue, we contribute also to the identification of blue economy actors specifically young people and women. And Call Me Blue is enhancing program visibility through the blog and expand the reach and impact of this initiative. In fact, this is our program in Maritime Cluster Tunisia, launched since 2023 to promote the young people in this sector. Thank you.
Thank you, Emna. Thank you, Lydia. Good morning, everyone. First of all, thank you to Federazione del Mare Florence pour cette invitation, for this invitation. Very glad to be among you here to represent, so for me it's Nesrin Ziad. I'm representing Incubator, which is an hub of innovation based in Algeria in blue economy, and here also to represent our consortium under Call Me Blue project, which is not only shaping today the future maybe of maritime clusters in the Mediterranean, but also with this part of inclusion of women and youth in the blue economy. So by definition, as you know, clusters are collaborative ecosystem where stakeholders in the blue economy, whether it's from private or from public sector, can be federated and working together to co-create value when it comes to women, and when they are fully integrated to this ecosystem. According to a recent study, we unlock not less than from 10 to 30% of growth and increase of productivity. It's not a matter of equity, but it's about economic intelligence. Sorry, next slide. Voilà. It's not about equity, but today it's an economic imperative, economic intelligence. So inclusive cluster can build stronger, but also local communities, drive sustainable practice, and create structure of governance that are more resilient, more innovative, and more representative. They pass on long-term and intergenerational impact in education, in health, and in leadership. So through today, through Call Me Blue? I don't know. It's okay. Try again. This is why, through Call Me Blue, we have set one of our main pillars, which is establishing women inclusion and youth inclusion in the blue economy, in the maritime cluster, in a more specific way. So first, what we have done is to build skills where it counts through what we call learning labs, but also advanced labs. We train future manager of clusters, stakeholders in the blue economy, among which many of them are women, to lead, to govern, and to scale blue economy initiative with impact. With that being said, the second pillar would be connecting across borders. So through Call Me Blue, we are opening real channels for Mediterranean-wide cooperation, where best practice are shared, solutions are co-designed, and inclusive partnerships are born. Like it's the case of the partnership that have already been set, for example, between Algeria, Tunisia, Greece, etc. Thirdly, we are also making networking count. So we are creating initiatives, some of which, for example, the business forum that will be set in April in Malta, which is basically designed also to connect northern side of Mediterranean with the southern side, and also create B2B matchmaking. It's always at the end of creating economic growth opportunity. But also in October and November, there have been local workshops that have been designed and implemented, for example, in Algeria, Tunisia, and Mauritania, to also create a bridge of dialogue, policy dialogue, but also economic dialogue around the imperative also of clusters in the southern region, but also of the cooperation between those two sides. So these have been also a main pillar that have also showed us an important inclusion today of women at different governance level in the blue economy and in different stakeholders. And of course, today the result is also to be on a stronger ecosystem that is open, efficient and inclusive, with a real boost for women and youth who need it the most. At the end, I would say that at Incubator, we have embraced Call Me Blue as a lever for a deep systemic impact. As a sustainable innovation hub, we use this project to identify, accompany, and accelerate female innovators in the blue economy, but also in the green sectors. It helps us bring and build a pipeline of inclusive innovation, bringing our open innovation calls into also collaboration with corporate and institutions. It also enriched our ecosystem building approach. Thanks to Call Me Blue, we are not just supporting women, we are co-creating with them, ensuring that blue economy innovation in the Mediterranean reflects the diversity and the strength of the region. For example, today in the program of Incubator that are also dedicated to the blue economy, we are considering a level of participation of women in entrepreneurship program for almost around 42%. This is really highlighting today that blue economy is a sector that is booming in the region, but also there is rising interest among youth, among women that are today using innovation, technology to create projects that stand out, and it's a way for them also to be included and to find solution also. So in the end, when we include women, we don't just innovate better, we innovate smarter, more sustainably, and more equitably. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Amna. Thank you, Nesrin, to have crossed the Med to be with us this afternoon. And I would say, ladies and gentlemen, that in the category of perfect timing conference, the Oscar goes to Win Big Conference. So now I leave the floor to the next moderator, Anna Maria Lacivita. You are one of the director of the most significant national association of Federazione del Mare, shipbuilding. And let's now go to the coffee break. Yes, indeed, there is a coffee break. We have 15 minutes for a coffee and to enjoy the view on the eternal city again, and be back here at 3:30. No, she's not coming. That's the reason why. Thanks.
So let's start again. So first of all, I would like to thanks everybody who is still here after such a long day. And we have a very full panel here again of very prominent speakers. I would like to start. We have someone connected remotely, so I would like to start this panel, which is about women in science, research, innovation, and emerging sectors. And we are actually going to start with Chiara Petrioli, who is connected remotely. And she's going to talk about one emerging sector, which is about underwater and the monitoring of critical infrastructure without cables. So, and obviously, Chiara also has a very strong experience and background in academic and research. So, over to Chiara to give us her perspective on the role of women in this emerging sector.
Thanks a lot, and thanks a lot for inviting me to this panel. And I will briefly present what is a bit my background and also a bit how I ended up becoming a CEO of a deep tech scale-up, which is WSense, my current role. My background is that of a scientist, so after being a Fulbrighter, so having been professionally trained in the US, I graduated in computer engineering, and I was professor. I am currently full professor in computer engineering at Sapienza University, so I enter academia, where I've been directing over the time 3 labs at Sapienza University in different sectors, especially into the IoT, Internet of Things, cyber physical system, and a decade ago we got passionate in my lab with my talented engineers into providing unprecedented data on the ocean, on the 70% of the planet covered by water. At the time, as it is often the case in our universities, in my lab we had very stringent, strict collaborations with international universities, and more or less in 2009 we were collaborating with MIT, AUV Lab, MIT CSAIL, and Woods Oceanographic Institute. And they had been developing the fast underwater acoustic modems, and of course I had a very significant vertical expertise on taking care of the ocean. And with them we realized how important it would have been to have an underwater internet and develop networks that, as the 4G, 5G networks today allow, or the Wi-Fi allow in our terrestrial world, could allow to connect everything which was underwater, like divers, drones, sensors, and to provide knowledge. But they didn't have, they didn't see how to make it happen, because underwater, an underwater Wi-Fi, the traditional Wi-Fi, would not work. It propagates a couple of centimeters because electromagnetic waves decay fast. So we had to think about completely new ways of communicating reliably underwater. And this is something that in my lab in Sapienza University, we came up with ideas. We got the international patents on how to do it. We tested in Italy international campaigns extensively. Our own ideas demonstrated that we could really provide unprecedented capability, what is today called the underwater Wi-Fi, in communicating underwater, securely communicating. And then in 2017, not to lose a great group with experience in the field, we started the spin-out company to bring to the market this innovation. We also tried to do technology transfer, but WSense, which started as a spin-out of La Sapienza, really had a very significant disruptive vision. So it's a deep tech based on patented technology, making a mark between what was possible before and what was possible later. Communicating reliably and in a performing way underwater, and then based on this we developed what we call the Internet of Underwater Things, so observatories, wireless observatories on the sea bottom and water column, providing in real time information that today we don't have. Today we don't even know exactly the temperature of the water, and with this technology in the last 3 years We have transmitted over 2 million data points in real time, and we support, we get data from many, many different sensors, 46 telemetries. We process with AI this data, and we transmit in real time through our mesh network to the surface and to the final end user information. Already, we move from the raw data to information valuable for end users, working in homeland security and critical infrastructure protection, where, for instance, we are leading the underwater subsea network innovation contracts for the PNS, Polo Nazionale di Dimensione Subacquea, in the energy sector for asset integrity and subsea network, where we have been having a key role also in the standardization of the sector, and in sustainability, having won, for instance, the World Economic Forum Ocean Data Challenge in 2023. Blue Sense today is 65 people. It's a company that has been invested by Cassa Depositi and Prestiti, and I was vice director at Sapienza at the time when the investor asked me to basically take a role as a CEO to really scale up. For me, as a female scientist, who learn how to innovate, really wanted to shape the future. And this is a very female approach to science, and I had the opportunity to do so. It was very natural to take the responsibility with my team, that is at the core of this company, to make it happen. And so the underwater internet and underwater Internet of Things is being brought through Italy to the world right now. And I'm serving as a CEO in the current phase. We went through 2 different rounds of investment. We also became Blue Champion 2024 as a flagship company in the space recognized by European Commission and the EIB.
Thank you very much, Chiara. Thanks for sharing the experience and showing how this emerging sector can actually be an opportunity for creating a more inclusive sector. Now let's move to another prominent speaker here, Maria Cristina Pedicchio, who is actually the president of APRE, which is the European Research Promotion Agency in Italy, and has obviously a strong academic background as well, and experience in other public sectors and organizations in the industry. So now Maria Cristina will focus more on how research and innovation, what is the role of women and also STEM competencies in research innovation. Over to you.
Thank you very much, Anna Maria. I will speak standing. In fact, I'm talking of something else.
All right.
So I would like just to very briefly discuss with you about the main outcome of the Ocean Days in Brussels during the first week of March. This is a nice advertising of the Ocean Days. Let's see if this works. It's not. Aiutami, tu che sai. Yes, slow. So first point that I wanted to mention is the political situation, strategic and political situations that have been discussed widely that week. These are some documents that probably you know very well. It's Letta report, the fifth freedom, you probably know. Align, Act, Accelerate, the Aitor report, where we had Carrozza, President Carrozza in the board. The third one is the most important, Draghi. This is a famous Draghi report that you have heard continuously talking about Draghi. What he's saying in this report, I don't go into details clearly, but is explaining why Europe is behind, mainly behind to the States. That was a few months ago. Now we will see what will happen now with the Trump administration. But the analysis by Draghi is very tough, but is very realistic. A lot of problem for Europe. I mentioned something that are those that we live every day. Fragmentation. There is no impact from research to the private to society. Budget, rules, time, mainly. This is for me the main point. Weak capacity of attracting people People are at the heart of all processes in all fields. And then Draghi is very clear. Either you do something now, he said a few weeks ago, you have to do something now, or Europe will face a slow agony. That's it. From this, Commission published this paper end of January. This is a competitiveness compass with the main description of what von der Leyen would like to do in the next months. Many things. I just focus on what I'm considering most important. Again, talents, people, and I like very much this sentence, Europe must be the place where we attract inventors, innovators, women, researchers, talents. This is very important. And another point that I believe to be one of the nicest points of Draghi report, this is coming from Draghi report, we have to promote skills and quality jobs while ensuring social fairness. This fact that we have to innovate, we must become competitive, more productivity, but we must maintain social wellness. This is a main difference with the States, and it appears in the documents many times. This, okay, let's go this, that. Let's go if we can succeed. Now, just a few words. Big worry during the week in Brussels because, okay, Draghi, competitiveness, so on, but this document that I showed before is saying that Europe will prepare a competitiveness fund and that research innovation will go there. So the actual Horizon Europe that you probably all know, that should become the 10th framework program. We don't know. So there was great worry. As APRE, we organized a conference at the European Parliament, thanks to 2 Italian deputies, and we were discussing about that. So we need a solid research programs. We can not talk about innovation, competitiveness, productivity if we do not have a solid base of knowledge, of research. Now, the last signs are quite positive, but we will see. In 1 month, we will see what's going on. Mainly the Warsaw meeting of the research ministers, where they were saying again, we need research, autonomous, independent, with strict governance, with a budget, and so on. And I just took one sentence from the Warsaw ministers' directive or declaration. The framework program should continue to empower women. So the fact of women is constantly present in all documents. Now I move from strategy, general political situation that was to the blue world. We are talking about ocean. At European level, the policy about maritime, in general, a holistic approach to the hydrosphere is indicated in the so-called mission, restore our ocean, seas, and so on. Mission that we as a board, Elena is in the board. Where is Elena? Here. We in the board decided to call Starfish Mission, to have something that is emotionally involving people, citizens, kids, more than hundreds of pages. On the mission, all the documents of Horizon, all the calls, all the priority, targets, deadline, everything is written there, hundreds of pages. And now in the board, we are checking what's the implementation. This is the main picture, Starfish mission, Starfish there. 5 priorities that are the 5 arms you can read: decarbonization, ecosystems, pollution, governance, human resources, and digitalization. The blue is with a circle that is indicating a circular economy. But I don't want to talk about mission. If you are interested, you can contact me. I want to talk about this that has already been mentioned this morning in one of the speech from Brussels. This is the next step. From the mission, a group of experts chaired by Pascal Lamy, with the support of Jacques Delors and of Azul Foundation, produced, I'm in the board, produced this document, this manifesto, what must be the future of ocean policy. And you can read here, I cannot read from here, but also here you can look, these are some sentences. So Europe has something very strong that is unifying all countries, European, it's the ocean. So Europe as the ocean, as a base for its competitiveness, for energy, for food, for whatever, but Europe doesn't have an ocean strategy, doesn't have an ocean governance. So this is what the manifesto wants to call for. President von der Leyen has already included it in her design, future design, the commissioner, Cadiz also, and the manifesto is based on the same 5 priorities of the mission. You can see these are the 5 priorities, 5 chapters, but mainly the ocean, this sentence is indispensable, a life for European prosperity, defense, security. These are the key words nowadays. We talk all the time of defense, prosperity, security, but ocean is one of the main tools and is the biggest life support system of our threatened planet. This sentence, I think, is explaining very clearly. So, to conclude, my comments, my conclusion, just short summary of what I've been saying. First, the future of Europe will be significantly guided by approach to the ocean. So blue, the world of the oceans, ocean hydrosphere in general, is basic for future of Europe, mainly now with this geopolitical situation. First point. Second, what I was saying before, we cannot have more innovative system, we cannot have big companies, we don't have big companies in Europe, unicorns, we heard WSense, they are very, very good, but we don't have so many. But we cannot have good innovation if we don't have good research knowledge system. Knowledge is important. People are at the center. In all my slides you have seen there is always a sentence related to people, talent people. We must become attractive. This is a problem for Europe. I'm always saying that in Italy, because in Italy we are not attractive. We could attract, but we are not, for many reasons. We should do a conference only on that. So we must become more attractive. And now the geopolitical situation can also make it easier to attract somebody to come back to all Europe from the States. We must invest in women in private and public, and I think that Pierpaolo will say something. There, that document is She Figures, is a report that the Commission published 1 month ago. They publish it every 2 years with all information about how many women in this discipline, how many in private, how many in public, and so on. So the situation is slowly improving. I pointed out there one thing that really makes me very much surprised of this report. There's one thing, you have all the doctorates, all fields. I'm a mathematician, in humanity, in mathematics, in STEM. How many doctorate men, how many doctorate women? It's almost half and half. Women are very good. They finish earlier and with better result. But there is one sector, ICT. ICT at European level, only 21% of doctorates are women. Why? It's really strange, because now digitalization is needed for all fields. So this is something we have to reflect. And I had one point, since she allowed me to add, no, Karin asked me, one thing that I didn't put in the slide, but today with talking with the friends, I wanted to show you. Here is a starfish mission transformed in a booklet for kids aged 2 to 5. With a commission, they were always saying you have to disseminate. I was arriving to Brussels, every time they would tell me, but did you explain to the taxi driver what is emission? I said, oh, look, to the taxi driver, everybody must know. And then we reached the point saying kids, but small kids, what can you do? And we produce a first volume on plastic pollution. This is done by a very famous Italian author, Nicoletta Costa. If somebody has kids, Giulio Coniglio, Nuvoletta Olga, she's very, very popular. She's an architect. She has a capacity to transmit emotions to small kids. And we organize competition with teachers, with the regions. We got few awards at European level. The first volume is on plastic pollution. And Martina, the starfish, you have seen there, with all her friends, is teaching to small kids how they have to behave with respect to the environment. What are the attitudes that they have to do? And I can tell you that after this period, parents cannot throw a piece of plastic anywhere. This is the second, we just published. It's more sophisticated, it's on acoustic pollution. This is part of the scientific program that we are developing in Trieste, also with the National Polo della Subacquea, for advertising for underwater. What is the world of underwater, the physical rules and so on. That is a research project, but also in this case we wanted to involve kids and show to kids that fish can speak, they speak. Silenzioso come un pesce, we say in Italy, is not true. So the first volume, no, I like, as you have seen, I like this very much. But the first volume is under translation in 6 languages, included Arabic, and I'm saying Leonardo also for the who is a country from the southern side of Mediterranean, is under translation with a PNRR project. So if you have interest, please contact me, and we can also try to develop in other countries, in other regions. Thank you very much. Thanks.
Thank you, Maria Cristina, for raising the point about attractiveness of the sector, because this is one of the stumbling blocks and challenges that we face, I think, throughout the different sectors of the blue economy. And also about the point about ICT, because I think it's important to foster inclusivity also in the approach to education system, especially for STEM skills. Now, I'm very happy to have a mixed panel here, so I'm happy to hand the floor to Pierpaolo Campostrini, who is director for the Consortium for Research Coordination for the Lagoon System in Venice. So we would like to hear about a different perspective, also with regard to women inclusion.
Thank you very much for the invitation. I'm very glad to be with you, even if I am on the wrong gender, but I mean, we try to do our best in any case. I would like to speak about women in research, and I will tell you something, but I would like to start from a personal point of view. I come from Venice, as you said, but my family a part of my family, my grandmother, comes from the littoral island of Pellestrina, which is just the littoral islands which divide the sea from the lagoon. And in that small islands, or you are a fisherman or you are a sailor. There are only these, especially in the past, there were these, and my family was a bit wealthier. So they were a ship owner. Ship means a small sailing ship, so with sails. And my grandfather died very soon, very young. And so my grandmother was the first ship owner, female ship owner in the islands, and she was able to manage the enterprise, giving five children. So my grandmother became a maestra, a teacher, so which was something very important for that island, to have somebody which was able to study. Now, just to say that the opportunities, when sometimes are given by the necessity, no? Actually in science we have a different situation where the early career, as Christina was saying, I have 3 kids, one daughter and two sons. The smartest is the daughter, of course, and she went also always very good at school. No, so at the early stage, better women than men. But and in science, especially, we are speaking about a blue career. No, we are speaking here about that kind of science, which is normal. We have more or less parity, and the growing. When growing in career, there is this what is called a leakage, and so the disparity starts to occur. And the senior leadership, even if today we have at the governmental level, the Prime Minister and also the Minister of Research, she's a woman, the National President of National Research Council, she is a woman. However, but this is just in the last few years. No? You know very well how difficult it was, and not so many people arrived, female people arrived to have this kind of responsibility. There are some numbers that a quite recent paper put into carried this evaluation concerning the blue economy. Now I cannot read it from here, but maybe you are smarter than me. But these are there are some numbers, and also in the numbers how is the perception of the people which are operating in the blue economy, in the blue science connected to the blue economy, and there are and then the point is what can we do? I believe that Europe put some rules, because when something is wrong, you could be helped by the rules, because it's clearly wrong for many reasons, this gender imparity in careers. For instance, now we are obliged, in all European projects that you are presenting for research, since some years, you have to present a gender plan. This was not the case. Even we did a very nice project, and in the competition we lost because our gender plan was not. So I say, but this is in some sense an obligation that put us in a condition to think better. You have to think more carefully. So the rules are useful because you have to think. We can oblige you to think better to the situation. Now we have also our institution has a gender plan. So, for instance, in the board must be a gender, if not equality, but at least a mixed presence in the board, in the scientific committee. I adhere to a manifesto which is written, no women, no panel, no? Because the situation of this morning was a bit embarrassing, too many men. No? You said. So, because it is true now, I am participating as a speaker in panels only if there is this equality of gender representation, even if we are speaking about science. No? So we are speaking about, because it's something that is put as a voluntary rule in my case, but in some other cases there are some rules helps in this kind of, because it's something that we can do. Not the cultural changes occur also through a correct application of the rules. And so these messages are important that we as a scientific sector we can improve a bit this general field. We have a bit more responsibility in terms of societal appraisal, because when you speak from your cathedra, ex cathedra, you're speaking. We have the knowledge. We say the things as they are. A bit of objectivity is given to science, not so much, but a bit. But so it is important that the voices, when we speak publicly, is we should be well represented. Then in scientific competition, there is no gender, no? Of course, if you are right, you are right. If you're wrong, you can be better than others. So luckily, we do not score. But in the when it is concerning the quality, but in the representation of this quality, we should take care about the gender representation. And this is because it is clear also from the many articles today. If we are on the sea with the blue science, in some sense, are connected to the fact that we have some conservation target to be achieved. And in this, it is quite clear, demonstrating that this gender balance influences positively the conservation outcomes. And therefore, the gender balance gives to this overall target a further possibility. I was asked also, to speak about maritime spatial planning this morning, because it's something new in science, because it's not a discipline per se, but is a mixing of different disciplines. You need to mix this kind of thing, and this is coming out as I said in this slide, as a challenge and also an opportunity. We have the chance I was the coordinator of the last 4 European projects on maritime spatial planning. And I have to say that I met in this project, which are pan-European, more women than men. And maybe could be a case, but I believe that is something that occurs because when you have to put together different disciplines, when you have to mix to find out the correct recipe for mixing the different disciplines, maybe that the attitude of the female gender is more appropriate, they are more keen. And this is also, therefore, is an opportunity that in this case, having the idea of planning is to make different uses of the sea, putting together. We have the transport, we have the fishery, we have the energy production, all of course, the conservation of nature. All these things should be put together. And maritime spatial planning is an opportunity. Presently, if I would say 70% of the professional that in our university, now we are going to have also university courses dedicated to maritime spatial planning. Most of the people that we are graduating, they are women. I mean, this could be an opportunity, again, for having to change something which is connecting to many of the profession, let's say, traditional profession of the sea. And with this, I close my small intervention. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Pierpaolo, for sharing these thoughts, and I do think that actually fostering inclusion in more innovative sectors or non-traditional can actually be beneficial also for the traditional sectors which are more male-dominated. And also, obviously, fostering inclusion means also giving access or getting access to a bigger pool of talents, because it's not only men, but it's men and women. So inclusivity is actually creating more opportunities for everyone. Thank you very much. So now we are going to move back to another speaker who is actually connected online, and is Barbara Amerio, who is CEO and CSR manager of Amer Yachts. I think Barbara is going to give us some perspectives about green technologies in the building of super yachts, and is sharing her experience about her family-owned business. So I'll leave the floor to Barbara.
Thank you very much, Anna Maria. I introduce myself. I'm CEO of Marriott Shipyard, and I'm also in charge of corporate sustainability. Thank you very much, and I'm so sorry not to be with you in person. Yachting is a challenging sector with a few women in apical role like mine, so my responsibility is be a role model for other women in this industry. I believe that today my sector, boating, is in a transition phase that somehow are resetting the old paradigm and offer the possibility to the new generation to contribute in terms of genderless innovation open to the future. In our team, we have the 50% of the young female engineers. The key today is competence and new skill such sustainability, digitalization and artificial intelligence are such a recent sector that gender equality is not only possible but should be a priority goal. I myself have developed an international patent concerning hull production molds, and I collaborated more and more frequently with women at the head of an innovative startup who support me in the research and development of the products that have to be integrated on board. New material such basalt, for example, that can be recycled at the end of life, and that I'm introducing into production to replace the traditional fiberglass. My company has been the first in the world to adopt a new propulsion, very efficient and reliable in the superyacht sector, and we keep still keeping this record alive. And I have decided to share our result by open innovation. I believe that the great potential of the blue economy, and also is very important the protection and the preservation of the sea and the ocean, because they are our main stakeholder. And dialogue between the different actors is such important as today done. Boating offers many extraordinary job opportunities, and I really spend a lot of my time to spam the storytelling about the world of yachting and the professions related to it, and also through an association called Stimiamoci, focused on STEM for women, and I speak a lot in school and university to explain and push to evaluate a job and a course of study to work in blue economy. Thank you for your attention, and I wish you a blue mind.
Thank you, Barbara, for sharing your experience and what you do in raising awareness of the sector, and also about STEM skills and scientific skills that are obviously critical for the development of research and innovation. So thank you. So now we move back to here. We are going to hear from Leonardo Manzari and Marta Pasquale, who actually represents two national hubs of the WestMed project. So we have the Italian perspective and the Spanish perspective. So I'll leave the floor to you both. Thank you.
Yes, thank you very much. I will be very, very short because I will leave the floor to Marta. I am very honored to have my Spanish colleague here, because we are working very strongly together, and also because Spain is going to have the presidency of the WestMed and of the Atlantic Sea Basin Strategies next year. So absolutely it is a very strong partnership that we are building. But especially let me say that in these 7 years of technical assistance on behalf of the European Commission, we have, let's say, assessed a leadership, a women's leadership in blue economy, which is already, let's say, an established situation, because the blue economy is a global challenge and requires versatility, cross-sectoral approach, and inclusivity. So exactly this is why there is already a strong women's leadership, and we can see this every day. If I consider we have a coordinator who is a woman, we have more than 50% of national hubs who are women, and also the engine of our Maritime Clusters Alliance that you have seen and listened to them before. I would say Lydia, Hemna, Ziad, Sara, Gabriella, Ilenia. So not to mention some particular initiatives in Italy, like of course Sea Future, the role of Laurence. So we have a real, let's say, engine of the even Italian blue economy, which is completely led by women's initiatives. So for us it is an opportunity to work in a stronger ecosystem, because this also provides the opportunity to have a more balanced Mediterranean basin, not for a case the maritime clusters that we have supported to be established and let's say consolidated from Tunisia to Libya in September have a women leadership which is strongly recognized also in their countries. I was a few months ago also in Benghazi in an event organized by the Eastern government, and the whole organization or leadership of that Libya maritime cluster, both on western and eastern side of the country, are totally led by women staff, because let's say this is fostering a much more, let's say, peaceful and cooperative approach. So this is, let's say, the lesson that we have learned until now, and again we are proud to work in such a stronger context. I leave the floor to Marta, who is much more
Thank you.
representative than me about all the WestMed experience and the dynamics.
So thank you very much. I'm very happy to be here, and thank you for the organizers for inviting me. I was just looking at the amazing views here from all the Roman ancient paths, and I was thinking, I mean, I was this morning having breakfast in San Sebastian, which is named Donostia because of one of the ports here, and I'm having almost lunch or breakfast in Rome. So if things are moving, we are moving, technology is helping us to be in many places. So I think there are many blue economy opportunities, and things are going to change and very, very widely. So we would like to present how we are envisioning and we are really seeing this change of women and leading roles in women in blue economy and space opportunities within the WestMed. So let me just very briefly, I don't have the point, changing slides, just 1 second. Let me just explain to you a little bit what the WestMed is. So we are the Blue Economy Initiative for the Western Mediterranean. We have 5 European countries and 5 non-European countries, and we are aiming to foster sustainable blue economy. What does this mean? Blue economy, you have heard about it this morning, but for me, really is a very complex issue. It is just not about the maritime sectors. It's all about the context of each of the regions developing that. It's all about the regional and social economic situation. It's about environment. So for me, I am a researcher actually working on complex systems. I do complex modeling systems with artificial intelligence. So linking all these troublemaking things was very easy for me because my brain has been work on that. So blue economy really relies on those kind of skills to be put together. We need the skills for the social, the environmental, and the economic ones be put together to really advance into this blue economy. And we need different, this is just a little bit of the story of where the WestMed initiative started from. But a little bit to put you in context, we are talking about different context of European context with our own regulations and policies and non-European context. So we also need to foresee that. I mean, we are sharing one sea basin here with different viewpoints, different view sets, and we all need to be aligned. So how we are streamlining this? There is an assistance mechanism in the WestMed for which Leo and myself are working with. We have a national hub in each of the countries. I'm the Spanish one, he's the Italian one, and then we have a national hub in each one of the countries. But then there is other, let's say, sisters strategies in the Black Sea and also in the Atlantic, for which we are all together because there are common challenges such as climate change, water scarcity, things that we are all going to suffer no matter if we are in the Mediterranean, in the Atlantic, or the Black Sea. And we also need this interchange. So let's increase the complexity with other sea basins, and we are actually doing that through these assistance mechanisms. What we do in the assistance mechanisms basically is we have three objectives. We are working on blue economy, but we want to have a safer and more secure maritime space, a smart and resilient blue economy, and a better governance. Governance talking about us, really common challenges. And please look at the second one, smart one, because I really want to talk about technologies and artificial intelligence at the end. So that's one of the places where I really see a lot of potential for future women in the blue economy. These are the priorities under those three objectives that we have in the WestMed, and we had ministerial declarations. So all of this is really moving ahead into ministerial declarations of all the countries, so that at the end, whatever the stakeholders need end up being driven as a political way of acting. Also, we do partnerships, and we create consortia about different projects, each one of them of different European funds depending on the sector. And right now we have supported more than 100 projects. 45 of them were successfully having funding. We don't have a funding per se. We are not a funding opportunity entity. We drive and move their ideas to different funding opportunities. Because of this complexity, we know if you have a project idea, how to really embrace it into a narrative that fits with one funding call or the other. And just here, some results about what we have obtained per each of the objectives. You see that still, safer and secure maritime, we are still waiting and really in boosting that. And this is going to have a lot of boost in the next year. Maritime sector, safety and security, robotics, how to really take care of what we call secure digital environments. So everything related with underwater cables, etc., is going to have a proper boost in the future. So we hope that these numbers keep changing in the future with the Ocean Pact and some other initiatives that were mentioned before. So we are right now also, if we look per country, obviously Italy, Spain and France are leading most of these project proposals. If we had these figures, that we don't have them, per leading women in some of these proposals, you will also see that these are being encouraged. Still, we need much more leadership from each of the countries. I'm fostering that within Spain. I'm fostering that within women in Spain. Because once you really lead a project, that's when you really can guide that project to some of these bias and some of these issues that through cooperation, women and men, we can only see. I will go just far with these things. What we do is basically we have the national hubs, the central team for which we have here also a representative, and then we have an expert pool also of women and men for each of the sectors that we are asking them, and we are really asking them for guidance in each of the sectors to strive the conversation between the topics. We have the 10 national hubs Here you can see the latest one, latest acquisition is Libyan, the Libyan National Hub. And okay, and this is an interesting thing. So how can we help you, you as stakeholders? Through your national hubs, you can come to us and tell us any project idea, even though it is in early stages. I'm telling this to really early career researchers, to early SMEs that are not really into this European funding. Don't be afraid. Come to us with your project ideas. We will find the perfect funding opportunity that suits you. If you are in TRLs that are very, very early, we will find that. If you are in TRLs that are looking into internationalization and really moving on, we don't want no more Matildas. We don't want each of your ideas to stay in your drawers and just stay there or tell to your peers, and then I see that project idea into a mail proposal some years after. That has happened. So please don't be shy and come to your national hubs, and we will really encourage those project ideas development. These are some of the things that we can help you with, and these are the topics. We do have technical groups on sustainable aquaculture, maritime transport, clusters, tourism, and that's it, I think. And maritime spatial planning, we do have a community of practice. So we are really fostering communication in each one of them. And I'm not going to go through the whole slides because I think it's quite a few. But I really wanted to enter into some of the spaces of opportunity that I have seen through my years as Spanish National Hub. Sustainable aquaculture. There are many people, and especially women, coming with amazing, incredible ideas on sustainable aquaculture and biotechnology towards new fuels that they don't even know who's knocked to door and how to really scale up their really small test things from their lab to the actual world, how they can really enter into these decarbonization funds, etc. It's a huge space for opportunities. So if any of you is working in those realms, please don't be disencouraged and keep doing that. Tomorrow at the Learning Labs, we will also talk specifically about those. And then artificial intelligence and everything related with new ways of doing modeling. We were saying that, I mean, this is going to be a boost in the future. It's already been a boost with ChatGPT, which is nothing more than a mix of algorithms, but someone needs to train those algorithms. And I am coming from this sector, and you can really see how you can embed biases and really perceptions and things into those algorithms that we are not aware of. And the amount of results that you obtain based on those training, it's incredible. So if those things are going to guide us, are going to guide our policymakers, are going to guide our decision makings, we need women training those algorithms, because definitely there is an issue there that we cannot see, that computers can really notice, and when we do this exercise, that's when we realize. And that's something that you can see in conservation, but you can see in maritime spatial planning. Why are there more women in maritime spatial planning? I'm telling you, the complex system, how the brain works, and complex dealing issues with very fast decision taking. That's something, it is being researched in women's brains, but it's something that we need to embed, because otherwise we are not really fostering all this complexity into decision making. And the last thing I wanted to say goes into economics. We have incredible women working in economics, but in the natural way, and there are many women now working in other types of economics. And here is where we enter into natural capital economics, environmental economics, etc. We need to really incorporate those ways of viewing metrics into the way we measure our GDP. It cannot be in common sense like we are doing right now, and embedding the women perspective into these topics really brings a boost into final decision making. So thank you very much, and tomorrow I will have much more interaction in the labs. Thank you.
Let me just also add that Marta, she's leading the technical group of sustainable tourism, which is exactly representing the complexity and the width of such a challenge, and which requires exactly the leadership of Marta and Stephanie from Malta National Hub. Thanks.
Thank you, Marta, for raising this point about artificial intelligence and the need to train it. Because actually, I did get, it was yesterday or the day before that I was inquiring ChatGPT, and I got a reply which just assumed that I was a man. And in fact, I had this thought, but I didn't reflect on the need to train them. And also, thank you for sharing also the perspective of on the international cooperation, because I think that it's very important, obviously, to share best practices and on common challenges, and that is going to help, obviously, to solve or to address the challenges. But thank you, everyone on the panel, and I think we are still on time to win the Oscar. So I'll now leave it to the last panel.
thought was absolutely necessary to wear, but also because the first sentence is man of quality, so to a certain extent I think that you gave to me also for the first sentence and not only for the second. But by the way, thank you. Lesson learned, there are many lessons learned today. The first one is that it is possible to do conferences in European timing, also being in Italy. This is the first lesson. It means that has been very well designed and also very well conducted. And by the way, it was conducted by women. So this is important for us to note. Second thing is that there has been a great attendance, and I'm very glad about that. But the most interesting thing, in my opinion, is that going through a project that see the women empowerment within a very difficult sector for women, like the one in general of the blue economy, that also includes traditional male sectors like ship transportation rather than shipbuilding and other activities like that. We have gone through exactly the history and the importance that the blue economy has had and will have, has and will have in the development of our civilization. So I think the great lesson is that we have started talking about women empowerment, but we have designed a history of the importance of the blue economy within our civilization in the past, and I think much more in the future, especially looking at what is under the surface of the sea. That is something that we are actually now starting to know. Someone was saying that we know much better what is in the sky rather than just below the sea level, and that's absolutely correct. So I think that there will be a lot of developments and a lot of new discoveries in the near future about that, and this is also the importance of this blue economy. Third is that if there is a strong cooperation between the clusters, the stakeholders, and all the actors of the blue economy, it is possible to achieve results. And this is something that has to be very well learned as a lesson, because we have seen and we have been explained that there is a lot of potentiality within the blue economy, there is a lot of interest by the authorities, and there are a lot of funds that are put in place in order to develop research and developments. But these things can be achieved if the clusters or the stakeholders start to cooperate among them rather than creating barriers. And I think this is an important lesson that we have started, that we have learned, unfortunately a little bit late if we consider, but in any case it has been learned, and the projects that have been awarded by financing by the European community, but not only the European community, also to international level, are interesting, and also that we are creating specialization within the different sectors in the various fields. So this is another, in my opinion, extremely important lesson. And last but not last, what we have to do in order really to grant access to the women in the blue economy career. And in this, I have to say that we have different situations that geographically, I mean, if we look at European, let's say, scenario, because I think that what we have in the south of Europe or in the Mediterranean side is a bit worse in terms of women empowerment compared to what is happening and is real in the northern range. I was attending to a conference last year in Norway, and there were 6 people on the talking, and there were only 2 men. One was myself, the other one was an Italian guy that was representing Fincantieri. And so the Italian, in a certain way, roots, but the other 4 were women, leading position within Norway and within Northern Europe, but to a certain extent it was a fairly normal. The professor at the university, the head of the university was a lady, and actually probably there one of the things is that there are facilities much better in order to improve the possibility for women to have a more stronger and easier access to the in general to the working situation. This is something that we have to balance in the southern side, and I have to say I tell this to you by having 3 daughters, so I have no idea what is growing up a male, but just I've got 3 daughters and I've got 3 sisters. My boss was my mother, a lady, and so I'm the only one male gender in my family. But I have to say that we have to create the possibility for women to better, let's say, dedicate to a strong career and to have access to the highest level of career, and what is something that we were used to listen in the past. If you are a lady that is pregnant, is not a problem for working, but is a resource for the future. And so hopefully we have to create the best possibility for the ladies to have a strong access and not to feel themselves in a certain way deprived from the possibility of career. This is the lesson that I have learned, and I really thank you very much for this very, very interesting day.
I was afraid our Oscar was fading away, so without any, of course, kidding apart. Now, I leave the floor to Anna Maria.
Thank you, Laurence. I represent Astonave, which is the Italian Shipbuilding Association, and this is a traditional industry which has been traditionally very male-dominated. Although, funnily enough, going back to Pierpaolo's point about necessity, what happened in shipbuilding was that during Second World War, when all men were actually recruited to go and to go to war, then women had to step up to some jobs that had actually been very always occupied by men. But then, funnily enough, when war was over, then men went back, and then they took back the jobs that they had before, and women could not access shipbuilding jobs until the 70s. So they did actually demonstrate that they could step up to such jobs, yet they went back. Now, obviously, since the 70s, lots of steps have been taken, and I mean, lots has been done, and there are lots of best practices within the sectors. If you think about Fincantieri, there are lots of good practices. Although, going back to your point, Mario, I think within some multinational companies, you can see also the difference between what they have in different countries. So I think the road is still long. But I feel very positive also from today, because there was a common sharing of some of the challenges, but also kind of like building a community or network and positive vibes about how to address some of these challenges. And I think events like these are very important to build such a community, even either in a formal or informal way, still has a very strong power. And then the other point is also that traditional sectors like shipbuilding, they are going through a transformation, obviously, to face the digital transition and the green transition. And I can see, obviously, from the panel before that a big role can be played by research and innovation, where there are more opportunities to create an inclusive blue economy sector. So I think that this contamination between non-traditional sectors and traditional sectors can actually be a lever to ensure that there is a more inclusive, sustainable sector in the long term. And I also think that obviously education plays a pivotal role, and that we need to work, as Maria Cristina showed with the brochure earlier, with the project that they are building, is like working on the younger generation, but from very early stage, both in terms of awareness of what the sector is about, and also about creating access also to girls since an early stage, also to academic, but also education paths which were traditionally dedicated to men. But I'm positive that we are on the right track and we can achieve better results. Thank you.
Thank you, Anna Maria. And now to you, Silvia Migliorina. You are director of Federchimica Assogas Liquidi. You just joined us today. You missed a lot of important and beautiful day. You are one of the most active, proactive director in Federazione del Mare. So
thanks,
please,
Laura.
you have the floor.
No, thanks, Laurence. In general, thanks to the organization and in particular to Federmare to invited Assogas Liquidi and me to be today with you, and in particular in this panel. Yes, I'm director of Federchimica Assogas Liquidi, that is one of the association of Federchimica, and we represent the sector of liquefied gases, so LPG and LNG, using for the transport sector, maritime sector, and also for the use in residential and industrial and agriculture uses. For Assogas Liquidi, historically, also the previous director of Assogas Liquidi was a woman. So for us, I think I wanted to say it's normal that a woman as a director of our association. Our sector is also a very technical sector, so for the women is a double improvement in terms of technicality, and also the item of the gender parity. So a lot of our the owners of the companies associated in Assogas Liquidi are women. So also our board, in our board there are a lot of women. So for us is a very important to share also with at the international level our experience. For us, the topic of blue economy has an increasingly and relevant importance, because the item of the energy transition for us is the key to achieve the goals of decarbonization using all alternative fuels. In particular, for Assogas Liquidi, LPG and LNG, that is two alternative fuels, so named in this sense in the AFIR EU regulation. And so our improvement is to have a development or our product not only in terms of conventional fossil fuels, but also in the developments as bioproduct, so bio LPG and bio LNG, ready to do a realistic way for the ship owner in particular to decarbonize the sector, and so to achieve the goal of decarbonization. In this sense, I think that with the help also of Federmare, the blue economy cluster, Italian cluster, have the possibility to achieve the goal of decarbonization, but with a realistic approach that in our point of view has to include all forms of energy, so not only one fuels on one energy vector, but all forms of energy, in particular in the bio forms of this product. In this sense, Assogas Liquidi is working with our companies to development the infrastructure of alternative fuels as LPG and LNG, also to introduce the product for the use of ship owner in terms of help for them to achieve the targets of fuel EU maritime and ETS obligation. So the item of gender parity is for us also an item of inclusion, and in the same way also the transitional period, so the energy transition for us is an item of and including possibility for all forms of energy, because we think that is the only possibility to achieve the target of decarbonization, and also to attract, in terms of blue economy, maritime traffic in Italian port. And so for us is important to development the alternative fuels, also to do the possibility for our port to attract traffic, maritime traffic, and so to have benefits for our entire country. So thank you very much to all of the organization of the event, because for us it's very important to share and to have some information of this argument not only at the national level but also at international level. Thank you very much.
Grazie. Thank you, Silvia. Indeed, and as you know, I really want to secure that Oscar for perfect timing. Without any further ado, please, Tiziana, tell us more about these guidelines. Thanks.
Yes. Hello, thank you to everybody, especially to the Federazione del Mare and to all the members of the WIMBIG conference and agreement. Thank you for inviting me here. I'm here on behalf of Assoporti, which is the Italian Ports Association, which brings together the port authorities in the country. The port authorities, for those of you who don't know, are 16 in Italy, and they have within their authority over 60 ports, because as you know, Italy is a country of ports. I've been working in this field for 26 years. I come from a port authority in the south of Italy. I remember when I arrived in the port authority, coming from the hospitality business where I used to work in the past, I noticed that I was the only woman working in the Port Authority at that time. In the Port Authority, not in the port terminal, in the Port Authority, where normally there are more women because they're more administrative types of jobs. And I'll get to the percentages in a minute. And I thought, wow, and so I asked my bosses of that time, give it time, give it time. The answer was give it time. These things change slowly, which is absolutely true. But I must say that when I shifted after 11 years to the Port Association, and I still noticed many men around me, even on the central level here in Rome, and I said, why are there still so many men? I was older, obviously, at that time. Give it time, give it time. So at a certain stage, after 26 years, I think the time has come. And I think, it's time to say, okay, women are everywhere, exactly like your T-shirts say, right? Women are everywhere because we are 50% of the population, so clearly we are everywhere just like men, and we are part of humankind, and so we can do the same things. We do need to have the same access to things. Just something that I came across talking to my daughter the other day. Medical research. Did you know that medical research is based on the male sex? Heart disease, neurological problems, they're all based on the male sex. And this creates the situation where if a woman has these problems, it's not diagnosed on time because the symptoms are different in women. And so this is the world we're living in. I mean, we're talking 2025, not 1925. So it's something that should make us think. If we think of it in ports, safety equipment, helmets, jackets, shoes are big. They're out of size, often for many women, still today. Seat belts are designed for the male person. And that's something that, you don't realize, but we do actually still live in this world. And it's something that we have to change because women are everywhere, they've always been everywhere, and have to have the access to toilets, to the same thing, to all the needs that, that are correct, that they're there for every person. Coming back to Assoporti, just wanted to tell you this because it's important. In the framework that I was thinking of when all of this came to be in Assoporti in 2021, when COVID was still a big problem in Italy, when we thought that the lockdowns were finished, but they started again soon after. In March 2021, we created the Gender Equality Committee between all the port authorities. All the port authorities are members. There is at least one person that is a member of the Gender Equality Committee. In this committee, we started exchanging practices. There are people that my colleagues from the port authorities do different jobs. It's not a committee where everybody is a press officer or everybody is a technician or an engineer. They all come from different backgrounds. Some of them work in legal offices, others in human resources. Some of them do marketing and communication. And we got together online because we couldn't meet personally at that time yet. We met each other 2 years later in 2023 after all the lockdowns were finished. And we started working. In October 2021, with our masks, we met online, 4th of October 2021, and all the port authorities together signed a pact for gender equality. All the presidents of all the port authorities, all together. All connected online, each from their own port, in a situation that was still a COVID, a health problem, where we were still subject to restrictions. And that was the beginning of what brought to this. After this, after the pact, we got to the No Women, No Panel at the end of 2022. All the port authorities assigned a No Women, No Panel agreement, which I think a colleague mentioned before. It's important. We don't want to be special. We don't want to have reserved places because we are women. But I think it's important to acknowledge that there are women who can speak in many types of panels. There is a lot of expertise, even in the port industry, that was previously reserved to the male gender, more than to the female gender. From that, we worked again, and this was difficult to reach, I must say. This little booklet, which is only in Italian because it's directed to the Italian workers, is a communication, it's a way to communicate the language, the Italian language, to be more inclusive. So the difference, I think, speaking English, Italian, French, German, and a couple of other languages, I think that if I were to compare English and Italian, the big difference is that Italian gives gender to everything, even to objects, right? So one of the things that's common in the Italian language is to give the title of certain jobs only to the male. And that is, I think, a cultural thing which goes back in time, because certain jobs were only done by men. So you call a teacher, you'd call her on the female easily making it female, but you wouldn't call maybe the president of the Council of Ministers of the country, because it's not common, it's never happened, it's the first time in history for Italy. But this doesn't only talk about that. It talks about the way you must include people using the right language. It's not only a question of gender, and it's not a feminism act that goes to only to talk for us. In this room, there are many women today. Usually, this doesn't happen. And so we need to work together towards this. Increasing women in this, I think today is an example. It's not only a question of equity, the fact that women have to be included and have to be everywhere. It's a question of progress. It's a question of innovation. The time has come. And I think our job in small bits and pieces is important towards this, because we're a bit like, I think they said to the colleague, Karin, you're from the older generation, the girl from the Luna Rossa. So am I. And so we have to do as much as we can. I agree, I'm from the older generation, going on to the end maybe of our working career. In about 10, 12 years, I don't know when it will be possible. So we have to leave the right premises for those who come after, because I don't think that somebody who's 25 today should go to work in a port and no, have patience. Time will come. I don't want that to happen to anybody who's younger here amongst us. I already got that said twice. I think now it's enough. Right? And just to end and give you some data, in the ports, from 2 to 12% of the workers are women, depending on the jobs. We're talking about port workers. In the Port Authority, this is totally different. We are over 40% are women who are working in port authorities. However, at the President and Secretary General level, there is at the moment only one. In the past, over 30 years of port authorities in Italy, and I think around 170 presidents and secretary generals, 3 women president, the same woman twice actually, so they're 2 women, and 7 secretary generals. So it's true, we are a lot in port authorities, but nobody is actually leading the port authorities. We are working for the port authorities happily, satisfactorily, but we're not leading. And that's the next bridge that has to be built for the women, for the next women and the next generations. Thank you.
Tiziana, thank you for this. I have a dream that one day, I just wanted to. I've been talking too much, but now I'm just putting my hat of WISTA. WISTA as Women International Shipping and Trading Association. We have in the room a former president of WISTA International, the president of WISTA Italy, Costanza Musso, that is also a member of the Italian Shipowners Association, much to regret couldn't attend, and as I'm a WISTA lady, together also with in the secretariat with Vanoli Mazza, I have the honor just to say one word, just to say that WISTA Italy is indeed part of the WINBIC project, member of the executive board. Perfect. And that's the reason why I just wanted to say a word in this occasion, because as you probably know, at least the Italian audience, that WISTA Italy presented last week the book Women on the Bridge of Command to celebrate 30 years of history and stories of the professional of the sea, and our chairman was there also, and I know there is a book that I think that is available for all of you, the ones who can, and I just wanted to, as it was said this morning, to say that the shipping ladies are really well advanced, or are trying really to push this gender equality issue here in Italy. But now I think it's up to our coordinator, the coordinator of WIMPING, to have the honor to close that. I think that's a good day for women. Thank you.
Thank you, Lawrence. Thank you all that endured until the end, and those online watching us as well. I would like to say two things regarding this day. The first, I will take your words and say that this is not a fragile sex at all, and I think we've seen this here today. And also this dichotomy between traditional sectors and emergent sectors. One of the reasons why we have Federazione del Mare on board our project is because we know that the traditional sectors like the shipping industry, the maritime transport has done so much already on this gender equality that we wanted to have on board the best examples of what we could do in the other sectors. So this is one of the reasons why we are actually so closely connected to the maritime sector as well. Because although we are focusing on the emergent sectors, we know that we don't need to invent the wheel again. We just need to copy what is best done out there. And the other thing that I would like to say to close is that throughout the day, we started by having the policy, which was a male-dominated table, and I know this was on purpose because there was a point to that table being only male. These were the decision makers level table, and it's still very male-dominated. And then we had great examples of women sharing their stories, like Karen and Margarita and Melissa, from completely different settings that inspired us. I think this was a great panel. And then we went on to sharing this large table with lots of initiatives, and we had project partners, we had project leaders, we had outside of Europe speakers, so we really had great examples. We had our sister project, of course, to see how it went. Then we had a really good, I really enjoyed the panel on the women in science, research and innovation. There's been a lot of studies done, and the She Figures is an example of that. And usually what we know is that what happens in the research and innovation does not translate to the other sectors of the blue economy. Actually, usually this is a more positive data set for women in ocean, let's say ocean sciences, than the rest of the sectors. So it's another great example to follow on as well. And I also really enjoyed learning about the No Women, No panel. I think I'm going to implement that back into my colleagues in my country as well, because I think it's with initiatives like this and with men of quality that we can have a great gender equality. So thank you all, and I hope you all enjoy Rome. today. Thank you again for hosting us. And that's it, right? We're closed.
Yeah, I have it to scan. Yes. Mine is to scan. I don't have the